As we start with Kat talking about it's warm, you never know what's going to pop up first on my line.
That's what she said.
Stop it, Noah.
I'm sorry.
See, we did say about the mischief and chaos. So
I need to point out I haven't done anything yet.
that's right. You've been behaving. What's wrong with you, then?
No,
It won't last.
he's broken, so I'm gonna have to be extra bad.
There we go.
Ooh.
So first, thank you to viewers who will be joining us. As always, Team Rewatch, much appreciated. Today I am joined by Ven, Mr.
Hello.
Ven's Corner, King of the Chaos, and we'll be doing Wheel of Time shortly. Just a few more sleeps. Woohoo!
I might start it in the next couple of days, to be honest.
I
I've
almost
hit my,
started it today before the live.
Yeah, I've hit my nice round number for the year now for this year's reads, so I'm not reading anything else before the end of the year.
There you go. I'm still trying to finish, which takes me to Cat Ginger Bibliophile. Yes, I saw the only 3 made you giggle. It made me giggle when I was recording it because I always have more than 3 books to finish and on the go.
I was like, if you only had 3, I would wonder about you. Like, this is imposter.
It'd be
It's not
like,
till
yeah,
Easter
she
level,
got
so.
through all her books. Hey, Jenny! And
Hey,
we're
Jenny.
also joined by our other chaos gremlin, Noah the Bookworm, aka Judge Noah.
Which we also have a mascot version of him just there.
I'm not a gnome.
Know you.
Hey,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Ven, we figured out you're the tallest of us. I'm only 2 inches taller than Kat.
Yeah, no, I'm 6'1".
You're what now?
He's an
6'1",
ant.
6'2".
He's
He's
a giant.
What
Hey,
Jenny?
Jenny.
You climb like a tree. He's an ant.
He's 6 foot.
Yeah.
Are you joking?
No.
Jesus, now suddenly I can't read any more Fourth Wing. I'm thinking Zayden in that climbing the tree comment.
I am not.
What's
I do
wrong?
not have toast rack abs, unfortunately.
Oh, I just
distance too much.
No
Not
wonder
quite
you
this
call
much.
Noah a gnome. The rest of us are only like 5 something, dude.
I'm
You're
5'5".
like,
I'm taller than both of you.
You're what?
I'm
fun
5'5".
stuff.
That's only 1 inch. Like, come on. I
So
know
I
you
take
guys
every
in
inch I
size,
can.
but it's 1 inch.
I take every inch I can. Okay.
Well, yes, Noah. Yes, you do.
I thought that was for us.
He's not picky.
I'm really not, actually.
But see, then that goes to show you, and I didn't think you were shorter that Ven, but I had no idea you're 6'1".
Yeah. No, I'm actually taller than my bookshelves behind me.
He is.
So, only just, but
But see,
what-
because we're always sitting in that, right? Because Kat, I knew you were a cute little compact model, but I didn't know you were just 5'2" model.
And that's only because I have to wear shoes in public. I wouldn't even be able to claim that otherwise.
See, and like I say, I'm 5'4", so I'm not much taller. And I felt so bad for you when I was watching your video the other day getting stuck in the yard because my yard's also fenced in. And thus I take my phone with me because if my back gives out, I'm screwed. But I was thinking I couldn't get over my gate either. And my gates are locked, so there's no squeezing through those suckers.
I don't
It's
even
like this. I'm like, I could almost. I'm like, if I lean way forward and throw my, I'm like, I can like almost get one knee over, but then I'm straddling and dangling, and this shit ain't working well. I think it's like, even if it's like not locked,
Yeah.
the gate just straight up will not freaking open. Like stuff, the dirt, everything, it needs to be replaced. I'm like, ah, crap. I can't get it open. I was fighting it.
Well, thank
it was-
goodness you didn't have the weather we've got up here. We actually managed to have a white Christmas for a Oh, Noah's into the chat.
we had fog. In fact, we have fog, I should say. It's about
Oh,
Yeah.
15 feet visibility outside right now, where I am, because I'm back onto the fields. So
Mhm.
I can only just see the bottom of my garden.
See,
Right
in
now.
here, the furnace is going, so there's no fog for sure.
No.
Kat, it's still cold where you are, but no snow?
No, we're like in the 50s today. It's been raining since like Sunday off and on. Like literally,
Oh.
I got in the house and it started raining as I was filming that video.
Oh, wow. Well, thank goodness you and the kiddos were indoors. Poor Franny.
She was just like, dang it. Like they were having fun. It was like, ooh, mama can't tell us to not try to like chase everything and cuss everyone out. Because she's sitting on the fence waiting for somebody to like drive or walk by to flag them down.
Yeah.
And buttheads, this nice lady comes by walking her big old boxer,
Mhm.
and they're like, we're gonna get you. She's helping me break out, you buttheads. Thankfully, like I said, like it opened like at an angle.
Yeah.
So that like Franny is bigger than I am when I have to turn sideways, and little man can reach over my leg. He's like, all right, I gotta step through this side. Okay, I made it through.
Well, and then thank goodness, so you had the other door open that you could get in.
No, I had to like go in through like do the code on my garage because my like the keys will not freaking work.
Oh no!
I got a copy of the key. Like the front door doesn't work. The back. I'm like, I need to find somewhere other than Lowe's to get keys made. I'm like, we got keys because we already had to break a window to get in when Franny turned the deadbolt. I still don't know how she did it though. Like the door should not have been able to close. Like it wasn't locked. Like I unlocked the deadbolt and like door handle.
Yeah.
She managed to like turn like the doorknob lock. And yet it's so like it should have had like the bolt going like ready to go and stop itself. No, it managed to like as she was I guess it was like as I was pulling the door closed, she managed to hit it. So it locked as I was closing the door. And I didn't realize it until little man's like, it's cold, I want to go in.
And then
just turn.
Oh.
I'm locked out.
Noah has a worse story for having to break into his flat.
No, I don't.
No, I don't.
No.
What did you do, Noah?
We don't have footage. Thankfully, you just have to imagine me going trying to throw my leg over.
He didn't. He lost his keys. So he climbed in through the window. Only to discover he hadn't locked the door in the first place, and he could have just opened the door and walked in.
Oh no! Really?
Yeah.
Oh well.
That was a while ago.
That happens to me with our stupid car all the time because it's one of those push button dealio things.
Oh yeah.
And so my husband will go, yeah, it's open. And then I'm trying to open the passenger door. I'm like, no, it's not. And he'll click and he's like, yeah, it is. And they'll try. And I'm like, you know what? Just open the freaking door now because no, it's not working. And he's like, look, it opens. And I'm just like, I hate this car. I hate it. But it takes me to the thrift store. So, you know. It's a love-hate relationship with that thing on wheels.
It's a butthead. But this is
okay.
Another $30.
Before we lose Kat, because she's not feeling very well. Fourth Wing. And Jenny, I did check out the channel. We were chatting about it. I'm not watching 5 frickin' hours of ranting. It was not
even go that long.
It was not my favorite book, but even I can't yammer about it that much. But then had an excellent point when we were chatting a while ago. And here's, okay, has everyone read Fourth Wing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all of you have. Jenny, I know you have. Our other friend, Jenny, I'm not sure.
Jenny has.
Yeah, she has.
Okay, so both Jennies have. Okay, so everybody here, it's great on 2 times the speed. So here's what I think my issue was.
You're outnumbered, Elaine. Everyone loved it, but you.
Yeah, I'm in the minority. But see, I think what happened for me is as I was reading it, everything else that I've read came into it. So I've read the Mark series, which was the vampires with Zoe, who, like Violet is a horn dog, thinks about nothing but sex. I've read Hunger Games, which is like I don't know, it comes up somewhere in the book. There was Harry Potter, so the crap family and this and that. There's 1984, let's rewrite history. And Divergent, because Violet is a lot like Trish. At first, I was thinking Dane or Zayden were going to be like 4. And I think it's like the author put everything in a blender, threw it against the wall, and went, okay, let's make a book. And then, but here's my big thing. See, now I got distracted trying to read a comment, went off the train. The dragons. So when they're doing the all boom chicka wah wah, then the humans get all boom chicka wah wah. But why doesn't it happen when the dragons are happy or angry or sad? That doesn't seem to impact the humans. Why is it just when they're getting jiggy with it? Hey, Dee Dee.
Hey, Dee Dee.
Hey, Aaron as well.
Hey, Aaron.
Okay, so and Noah, because Noah was going to say something first, but first, when I was house sitting, locked in the front porch, oh no, had to climb over to get in to get me out. Oh, poor Aaron.
I started
have so
getting
Reddit. I was saying Dee Dee's joining us, our fellow Capricorn. So in January, Dee Dee, Ven, and I are all celebrating birthdays.
Yes.
Okay, Noah.
You hate the spice. I was mad that she didn't castrate Jack from day one.
Yes.
You mentioned.
A lot of problems would have been
Bloody
solved.
Jack Barlow.
Castrated him in the get-go. Like,
the cat, that would have been.
He was junk. He was right there. Fair game.
That would have been a short book.
Well,
True.
About what you said,
like horror movies if they had a brain, but still, he was acting for it.
Okay, Noah.
No, I didn't even think about that. You make a really good point with that. I didn't even think about that. I was just like, "Ooh, shikshitams." I didn't think about when they're angry or upset. Like they'll say that they'll feel like they're like they feel like the dragons are like angry or upset and stuff like that, but it doesn't impact them at all.
Exactly.
But when they're like, bounce, wow, it's a whole different thing.
I think
they just needed an excuse to be like, it's not me wanting to climb you. It's because my dragon wants to climb yours.
I think
I'd still do it.
There is, it might be in the second book, there is an acknowledgement of the emotions bleeding through more. I think it's in the second book. With the
I haven't read the second, so
yeah.
The second book just that one pissed me off as much as this one pissed Elaine off.
The first third of the second book is rough in particular.
It's not even just
really
the first third. They kept being stupid. She just needed to bang him and move on. Or stab him and move on. She didn't have to kill him. Just stab him some kind of a way.
But see, that was because to me, because I kept hearing everyone talk about this book. I mean, it really wasn't going to be on my radar as a to read book. I'd heard different things and I was good with that. And then I'm like, okay, everyone keeps talking about this. Maybe I need to check this out. And then I did. And I'm like, what the haystack? Like, I had to get through 300 pages of crap and her getting all excited about climbing Zayden or wanting Zayden and Zayden. Oh, wait, Dayden, there's no fireworks, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. And then finally, about page 393, we get to the frickin' story in the background. And there's the other one, Wheel of Time. Oh, the Forsaken and the Barren Lands. I mean, chick, how many other books did you read and try and cram into one story?
This is the thing
Truly.
that Ven mentioned, because I'm like new to the whole fantasy thing, was that for beginner people who haven't read fantasy, who don't know all the tropes, this is fantastic. And I agree with him because I'm not like into that. But when you have read all these amazing giant series and stuff, it's like, what the fuck is this? As you said.
I should probably add, I gave this 3.75 stars. It didn't get much higher than Akatar for me on my rating. On a side point. Akatar just irks me more.
Oh,
I don't know,
No,
we
we
talked-
haven't talked
Dane.
about Dane. I knew
You
he
mean the
was going
douche
to be a
canoe?
douche from the
Douche
get-go.
canoe.
That was like ding, 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 ding. You just, but see, Noah, you made an excellent point, and I do think Ven, you may have mentioned that when we were chatting as well, is for someone new to fantasy, and I will give her credit, I do like the dragons. That's what really pissed me off about this. I like the dragons.
It took
It's
so
just
long.
other crap I don't want to read.
It took so long to get to the dragons.
Exactly.
There's a
It
load
did.
of controversy around the dragons, though, because
Well, and I
because of the
don't like
naming.
that she, spoiler, bumped off Liam and the other one. I'm like, seriously? How many people have you saved? How many other things have gone right? Why do you got to be like that? I mean,
They
it
gotta
was an
kill off the characters
amazing
a lot.
written scene and, tugged at your heartstrings for sure.
Yeah.
But why Liam?
I loved Liam.
It's
Yeah.
it's to set up stuff further down the line, unfortunately.
It is.
And it doesn't
It's
pay
a-
off.
He's that plot piece.
Yeah.
Mhm.
See, here's the other thing with it. And so, okay, I give credit to, if it's your first time with fantasy, I can understand liking it kind of. Because I like the history of, what's really going on. And what irked me with Violet is here she's supposed to be the general's daughter. Okay, she's been training as a scribe for ages. But she's so busy with these guys, and she's 20 years old, okay? She's not a teenager who's just discovered sex for the first time. She's 20. And she's all obsessed with these two, but then she doesn't clue in about this fable book missing from the library. Hello, how long has she been hanging in that library? She doesn't clue in when they don't talk about things with the battle brief. And then she doesn't clue in when they steal the frickin' map from her mother's office that shows everything. Like, if she'd have had her brain out of her pants, this book would have been 200 pages long because she'd have clued in something ain't right in the land of cuckoo cachoo.
It's not her fault. Her mind and body decided to go through puberty at that point.
She was just very.
Is
She's
that
bloomer.
what you're calling it?
But, I mean, to be fair, it seems like she wasn't getting much beforehand. She was in the library,
That's
and her
true.
friend was Dane, the guy who's.
Yeah.
I'm
And
so
also
in love with
the
you. I'll
deaf
do
person.
everything to help you, except for when it actually matters, and then I'll just stand there and watch you like almost die.
When
But,
he
I'll
started to
go ahead and
like,
tell you you're too pathetic to survive. Like,
seriously.
See, she's
I
one of,
should-
I agree with Jenny, and I'm sorry if I'm missing some of the comments. She's one of the dumbest smart people in fiction.
After Feyre.
Some of
she is
this,
good with poisons, though. I
well,
will
better
we'll
than
come
Feyre.
up to Feyre in a bit, Then.
I have thoughts.
We all do.
And I do agree. See, I like Adarn and Darna as well, and the dragons. And I think she is cute. I'm not quite sure where all that's going in terms of the gold. And I mean, part of it, suddenly we have Violet, who gets not just one massively strong dragon, but she's picked for 2 dragons. And again, this is where I'm thinking of Divergent. She's like Trish. She's not muscular. She's got this massive thing she's got to figure out. But this society is messed. Like, they're at war. Dragon riders are supposed to be this awesome group of people. But before they even get picked by the dragons, they're all busy trying to knock each other off. Like, do they have a surplus population and this is their way to reduce things? Because seriously, why are you killing your own people when you're at war with other people? Like, that's just messed up.
True. It's true.
Here,
It's
let's
true,
just
because
knock
like,
your ass off the parapet and be done with that competition then and there.
seriously, and I get that completely, but it's also, if you read the second book, there's something that's mentioned there. And
I'm
it's
not
it's like,
reading the second book.
You should read the second book because
you're gonna have to read the
that
rest
you
of the
have.
series.
You need the questions that you have Most of them start to get answered in the second book, and then more.
No.
No,
498
Oh.
pages. I'm done. Kat is going to read them for me, and so is Jenny.
No, I'm not. I read Iron Flame and they pissed me off. I'm done.
I mean, save it for
Oh
the
no,
third
look,
book.
she's out at book 2. Noah, you will have to read it for
I
us and
will.
do a summary.
We
Okay.
both
Now?
have
Because I'm
it.
curious, but they pissed me off too much.
We've
It
got
was
it
900 freaking
pre-ordered.
pages.
Yeah, we both
That
have
was
it
way
pre-ordered.
too long
so.
to be that stupid.
Well, see, and I know I'm in the minority for sure because
No, my friend Greg is the same as you.
what's that?
Greg hasn't
Greg,
read it.
He refuses to. He's watched people read it and their reviews, and he's saying the exact same things that our mother here is saying.
Who?
My friend Greg. Greg.
Well, see, here, because they only had one copy of Fourth Wing, so I read it, quick, got it back to the library because there's a bunch of holds. There's about 20 some odd for the second book. Is it Iron Flame, Cat? Yeah?
Yep.
And so there's about 20 for Iron Flame. Onks, whatever the next part is, book 3 comes out in January. There's 115 holds at the library for a book that hasn't even come in yet.
How do you already have a hold on a book that doesn't even exist in the ether yet?
Because it's a good reading series.
Yeah, they pissed me off on the second one.
But see, this is also why I love being able to chat about books and BookTube and having those conversations, because there's different things that we all find interesting about books. And I found some great recommends.
Go on.
No, sorry, I just saw. I think he's chatting with somebody else.
I think this might be his kid or something.
Still okay. So Dee Dee still has to read Iron Flame. Trying to convince my family to buy me the graphic audio. Waiting to catch up on Fourth Wing. I don't know. He's like jail time.
So true.
Oh, look, at least I'll have company.
Oh, JJ, no, you're not allowed.
Who's going to be guilty-minded with us? You gotta stay out here, Jenny.
Jenny's right that like she was like, her and Van were like the ones who were like, no, you need to read these, and I was like,
the Fourth Wing.
And then they read the Fourth Wing and they read the second book without me, and they read it really fast, and I was like, damn, I really need to catch up. I mean, and I understand why now.
I was 6 months ahead of Jenny reading it, and Jenny was about 3 years ahead of you. So.
And yeah, I know it's not new. And I mean, like I said, if the last 100 pages of Fourth Wing had been the way she wrote the entire book, I would have loved it. I mean, I love that history part and who are the different characters and what are these different. If she'd had that at the beginning versus after, it might have been different. I mean, Violet, to me, I didn't like the main. Have any of you read Marked, the vampire series?
No.
Okay.
No.
Never heard of it.
The only series I've read that you mentioned earlier is the Harry Potter ones.
Okay.
I watched Divergent because 4 is climbable. But as far as I know, that's nothing like the books, so that doesn't really count.
And see, now this one.
She's dead.
No. We're not going to the tree ant analogies.
No.
I'm 5'2". It doesn't take much for them to.
Seriously, climb it like a tree.
Sometimes they're just asking for it.
Yes, then.
And he looked like he was tall. He can hold that.
Come here.
No. We've had that conversation.
I know.
Do you want a live reenactment of how that conversation went?
No.
Right,
I love you too.
Don't get me kicked off YouTube.
He's a good friend. It's just a joke. Hey, sorry.
It's okay. What was that?
Oh, wait. Speaking of, we'll have a little humor now. So my new shirt. See the top part?
Always be yourself.
Yes,
oh, she's gonna climb now. Unless you can be a dragon, then always be a dragon. I agree with this.
Yep.
No, I'm not climbing a tree.
If you're a dragon, you don't have to. You have wings.
Exactly. You can just fly over and scope out the man meat.
You said man meat.
I'm violently and horny. You're checking out the man meat.
Socks. We want socks. I've only got plain purple.
I've got plain black.
Oh, what's Kat say? If you can read this, I'm taking it. I love
I
it.
can't do it. It hurts. I regret.
I just have plain black socks, so.
And Ven, why are you so well behaved? Are you exhausted from the day with your kids?
No. The kids went home quite early today, actually. I'm quieter in groups.
He is.
I enjoy the chaos. So
He's being the well-behaved one. I'm not sure that's really Van.
That's
He's
right.
not living up to his chaos gremlinness.
It is not me that causes the problems. It's Noah.
What? That's a lie.
That's not what your community thinks.
That's because of you. You do this on purpose. And then everyone questions me, and I'm like, his ideas. He says these things. I'm just going along with it, and then he backs out, and then I'm just left going along with stuff.
I wasn't the one who said you had a premium feet account.
It wasn't me. I don't like feet.
With your hobbit feet.
I don't have hobbit feet. My feet are very
where you
move like a dolphin's beak.
Where you curl your toe hair and everything.
Yeah, put little bows in them as well.
Van he starts the chaos and then sits back and grins while the rest of them
Very true.
He's the instigator.
I remember those kids in classrooms, and they had that cute little smile on his. Yeah, that's what they would do as they watched the whole room go wild.
Oh yeah. That's right.
So, with this fourth, how many books is she planning on having?
5.
And that'll be
the series. The next one's out in is it January or February? It's
January 28th, I think it is. 22nd or 28th, I can't remember.
I've got so many new releases on pre-order for January and February. They were pre-ordered before my band started. So
but he has already bought new books.
Need to see receipts.
He has
Does your finger ever look like this from after, all that tappy tap ordering?
Yep. I have been good, though, because last time I went on a book buying ban over Christmas, I had about 30 books that I bought over Christmas, and I bought 3 this time.
Ooh.
So this is...
we still broke it.
2 are special offers, and 1 I couldn't not buy it for the price, to be fair. So.
And Dee Dee's saying January 21st for Onyx
Storm.
Yeah.
Oh, Onyx Storm, thank you.
Because I've got that. I've got Scythe and Sparrow is out in January or February, which is spicy.
I don't read spicy, so maybe that's why this.
He reads the most spicy.
I don't read the most spicy. You can point at me all you want. What I read is online. Who bought me the last spicy book I read?
Me.
Don't point at me. I didn't buy it. I don't read spice.
I don't either.
Tentacles and triathlons.
Poke. See, and again, maybe that was what bothered me about Violet is I don't really read. Well, mind you, I did read Anne Rice, but see, again, that irritated me with the Wham Bam Thank You Ma'am scenes called erotica, which wasn't the bleh. And so there's just so many elements of other things I've read that other than the dragons, Fourth Wing was just not going to work for me as a reader.
No, I get that. A lot of the criticism I saw online was people who'd read a lot of fantasy, whereas all the really positive stuff was generally people probably about 20 years old. Girl, and fantasy has quite often not been aimed
Or
at a
just
female
starting.
audience, has it? So it was like it's like a gateway drug because they've come from reading things like Twilight, unfortunately, and it's kind of the natural.
Well, there we all agree on Twilight.
I've not read it yet.
I was all excited to read Twilight until I heard about it.
Pages.
Oh my god, sparkly! That's not a freaking vampire.
I'm a monster, Bella. What do you mean? Look at me, glitter.
See, there we go. For me, Fourth Wing in fantasy was like the Twilight of vampires.
No,
Yeah.
don't do that to me. That you take that back right this instant.
I'm not. You read more fantasy, dude, and in a year or two, you tell me how good Fourth Wing was.
See, I read
my fantasy. Let me live it.
If you look at it as fantasy light, you're more forgiving of it. In fairness, which is how I saw it. Side point to what Jenny said. Yes, Jenny, that is what is going to happen. You can tell
How
by
does
the end
one
of the
have a romance where they're sleeping together, professing love in book one, gonna napalm their relationship?
Pretty much already happened
with
Toyota
Corolla.
They just dragged it out over 900 pages.
And see, we'll chat about ACOTAR next, but Kat, I wanted you to be here for Fourth Wing. And I've got to read book 2 because I've got book 3. And yes, Jenny, it's at ×2. But there's like a lot missing. I mean, I could see where the stuff with Raysand was going, but and you and I, little dude down there, are going to have a chat about Nesta in a minute. You.
Well, you need
call
to read the second
me
book.
Nesta.
No. You need to read the second book.
Oh, that's not landed well.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, DD.
She's
That's
good.
how I positioned FW to my Fourth Wing to my cousin today. It's an easy read with minimal. Yeah, and I will agree. There is minimal world building. I mean, that really didn't come up until more of the end. And even the world, when you look at the map, and I think, Ven, you were the one who mentioned this as well. It's very much like Britain, including with Ireland. And I'd love to know if Irish people love this book because she ain't making them folks sound good.
Well, there was a bit of a backlash on Fourth Wing because of the naming of the dragons, because it's based on Gaelic, or meant to be. Except she mangles the spelling and the pronunciation, where some Gaelic-speaking professionals have actually reached out to educate her in how to actually use it, because she's made a point of in interviews going Gaelic, and all this stuff, and then gone, actually, I mean, I can say garlic if you prefer, but I'm from the north of England. We don't speak English, but it's she had a bit of blowback on, especially with like the main dragon Tarnanak. I don't know how it's meant to be pronounced, not how it's spelt. I know that much. So
yeah, 2 different languages, and there's a teensy bit of world building, Jenny. Oh, that was the other thing, because I've got my notes to do. I'm gonna have a video of Fourth Wing ACOTAR. Are they worth the hype? And I know it's outdated. I mean, they're not.
I'm still doing it. You're fine.
But the country, or where they go after they win the flag competition, the riders, they've already done the whole dealio, and they go to this place called Montserrat. Now, does that name sound familiar to any of you?
Yeah, it's a island of the Caribbean, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is.
A French colony.
With now a population of 5,000 after the volcano erupted and they had to evacuate pretty much everybody. Like, you're making up a world. Could you not pick up a frickin' maybe pretend name? I don't know.
I saw, who was it talking about? Someone was talking about fantasy books. It might have been
just pronounced
Sue,
different.
and she was saying that one thing that winds her up is when people are cursing in fantasy books and they use normal words and don't invent whole cursing things, which I found quite. It's not something that actually bothers me, but it's an interesting thought where you don't have original curses in these worlds where these meanings don't mean anything.
I think it's more because if someone's cursing, it's clear to put some oomph or to put down. So if you don't understand something, it's like, oh, this is what the word means. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't have the same feel or the same oomph as saying fuck you.
But when you keep going in everyday language in a book, every few pages, you lose the I'm pissed. F-bomb. Boom. Drop.
Unless they're always angry. And that's just the way they are.
Boom, chicka,
I'm a short redhead. Quit picking on me, okay?
300 pages.
It's not a secret anymore. I'm always angry. That's why I had to get creative. I can't just be dropping F-bombs at work. So now I got to call in some other things.
No one's told me that at work yet.
I'm very creative with my cussing. Like, it's like a whole long thing. I remember texting her, like, yep, when the cramps really hit, this is my favorite one to say. And it's just 10 words together and some that I made up. She's like, and that's a new one. We even speak the same language.
But see, there's the thing is, and I mean, it's not that I don't drop the F-bomb. I just drop it when I'm really agitated. I mean, I give myself a lot of credit. When Pat and I were doing our live stream and we were talking about education and I was getting more wired for sound and I was telling Kat, remind me to calm down. If that wasn't a live stream in person, the air would have been frickin' blue. But somehow on stream, I managed to behave. But that's the thing is, because it's so much now in books, in TV, in movies, it's everywhere. It's everyday language. It doesn't carry the same oomph it used to. So, for example, if I'm around people and if the F-bomb comes out, it's like, oh, shit, just got real. Back up, back up. Hey, Luna. But yeah. So, Aaron, also, if the fantasy is a medieval fantasy world, swearing would probably be of religious in nature. Interesting point. Popping in before heading to bed, fall over, it's getting late. Well, thank you so much for popping in. Everyone's saying hi and wishing Luna a good sleep time. That's the thing. I'm starting a little chart now where everybody is so I can try and keep track of the time zones when I'm scheduling people or having lives and things. But I think that, see, wasn't 5 hours. We're not even an hour into it, and I'm pretty much done with my complaints of Fourth Wing. It was just... I don't know what this other woman went on about, but for me, it was mainly too much boom chicka wah wah thoughts. I mean, it was only a couple of action scenes that went on for pages, but it was that the last 100 pages I loved. I really enjoyed those last 100 pages, even though it started reminding me of Wheel of Time and stuff. If she could have incorporated that in with the dragons, it would have been a better read. Kat's now out at book 2. I was out book 1. Kat's out book 2. So Noah, you better finish this series because
I will.
I need to know what happens, but I refuse to read it. They pissed me off in Ireland.
Me too. Fun fact, F words, not seen as super bad in Ireland. There we go. I have to move to Ireland.
There's no bad words
in Ireland.
Well, that's where I would fit in.
No, we love the
or if I could actually afford to move to Scotland.
A greeting. You use the F-bomb to say hello, Ven?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Noah can attest to this.
Mm-hmm. What now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm quite on here. I'm surprisingly squeaky clean compared to real life.
I keep telling everyone he's not as innocent as he is. No one believes me because he's got a baby face. He's the worst one out of both of us.
I'm genuinely not.
He
but
genuinely is.
Not per square inch anyway.
See, I say hi. I don't start with an F-bomb.
I normally call him this.
What?
Something.
You're in work tomorrow. Just a reminder.
Please be nice. I'm
always fair.
Yeah.
Seriously, like it depends how good of a friends we are, what kind of like greeting you get. Like there's the extra friendly because really means, I hate you trick.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like the casual, and then there's the insulting one because we're actually friends.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just one of the moods of, you get the flying. Like one of my coworkers, it's literally the greeting is the middle finger. That's how we say good morning.
Bye, Luna.
Bye, Luna.
Have a good night, hon.
Now, I must admit, take care, Luna. Have a good sleep. Yeah, I mean, read between the lines and all that just depends on. Yeah, I agree with Jenny and same. Sassier the banter, closer we are. It's the Tiki Monster. Hey, dude.
We confused the crap out of one of my friends. Because, he like, I don't understand how, because he has sisters. Like, he was like the only guy in the family. But me and like a really good friend at the time was just, we just throw the B word around. Just like, and he was in here looking at us like we're about to start throwing down. Like, oh no, it's because we're friends. I can call her a skinny bee all I want. Like that's just how we talk to each other. Because we're actually friends. Now that one over there, if I say it, it's gonna be something else, and you're gonna know it in the tone. But he was over just looking terrified in the corner, waiting for a fight. Hi, Gavin.
Hey, Gavin. Well, Tiki's not gonna make an appearance, but I mean, that's the other is we all have. I mean, I can just imagine some of the conversations between Ven and Noah off camera.
What?
I said I can just imagine some of your conversations off camera.
Oh, we don't.
I'm joking.
And see, this is why I have some chats with people not recorded and not live.
I can be nice and I'm lovely and a delicate flower, right?
Yeah.
No, let's see how nice we can keep you.
What you got?
It's taped.
Look
Why?
at aw.
I broke him. I didn't do it. I bought it this way, but it's taped.
Hey, you gonna come say hello? Look, you're like Noah's kitty. All we see is the tail.
Why did it need to be taped?
So
Maybe they broke the spine, Noah.
It's ripping off.
Oh, but it's just a well-loved book. I'll just take it as that. It looks old.
I wanted to break him.
Okay, if we disappear, it's Tiki's fault. Girl loves getting on the keyboard. Does not work well. Oh, first copy of Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it could be a while.
Oh, I've got a couple worse than that. I need a new copy of my James Rollins novel because it's literally the cover is like ripped like up to here.
Oh,
I need a new one. Ooh, I hear doggy.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, is that Milo?
It is.
I was wondering if it was
Granny.
Granny.
Show the doggy.
Okay, so have we bashed? Have I bashed Fourth Wing enough?
Yeah.
Could have better choice of word there.
Because we're not who? Was that a bad word?
He's misbehaving. No. Ignore him.
Uh-oh. Noah.
Yeah.
Behave yourself or I'm going to show you what I did in this book.
You said it in such a tone. Behave, I'm going to show you what I did to this book.
That's right.
Please don't.
I don't even have lots of pages highlighted in this one. Forget it. I'll terrorize you in a movie.
Oh no! I'll have to do a react video for that. Yeah.
Well, I have to make it first, but first I have to find my room. It's I'm getting there, slow but sure. Look, Teeks isn't even gonna because she can't be on the keyboard.
Oh.
Such a brat. Like, Mom, you're that B word. I want to walk on keys and type to my friends. I'm like, they can't read it. You don't know how to type.
I can type. It's just all one letter.
Now let's wind Ven up. ACOTAR time.
I'm
character
over Akatar
ever.
at this point, to be fair.
He loves Feyre, everyone.
Do you know the
Feyre.
funny
She's an
thing?
imbecile.
Again, I had no plan of reading ACOTAR, never read Sarah J. Maas, wasn't planning on reading her because it kept being described as romance mostly.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, just for giggles, because I can get mileage out of this with Ven, I'm going to buy ACOTAR because surprise.
This book.
Hey, Leslie.
This book.
That book, and I have that copy, but it's upstairs.
Genuinely willing to set fire to it here and now.
No, there is no book burning.
No.
Genuinely.
No.
Dee Dee hasn't read it yet. Now
I will send you my copy, TD, because I don't want it.
I refuse to read that one because I'm like you. It's just romance and.
But you know what?
Yeah.
It isn't romance. You would actually like it, Kat. There's a story to it.
There is a story, but
and Janie from the Crafting Bookworm, because we were chatting, and she's read, I think, most of Sarah J. Maas, and she was saying, don't read it as a romance,
which I did originally until I read it a second time.
Then it's a romance.
It's not proper romance.
It isn't really, and it's like nothing even close to the stuff in Fourth Wing.
No, it's not
romance type thing,
which was easy enough to ignore in the first one.
Exactly, and you know what? There's nothing to ignore in ACOTAR. So although I bought this book as a lark just to read it and bug Ven, and because of Noah, because now I got to know about this Nesta character I've been called, and to be clear, and this is why that intoxicated woman should not have done a video intoxicated, that sister's name is not Elaine. There's no E on the end. It's Elaine. And you see this little box here? I know how to say my own frickin' name and spell it. Just saying. There is no Elaine in there.
But you were in another book that I read, and now I'm going to have to go back and look for it. Because I remember reading the name, like, are you going to be evil or not? You're in my book. I think you ended up being suspicious, but not truly evil.
Well, see, and this is why I've now, thanks so much, Noah, got to read the whole damn series, because there's hardly anything about Nesta in book one.
Okay.
But I can't say I'm impressed with her.
Okay, let me explain why.
Before he does that, I have some bad news for you.
Okay.
That means you're going to have to read the other series as well.
You don't have to.
No, for Nesta.
Why?
Oh, right. Because Nesta.
Oh, Jesus. How many books are we talking?
So these are the smaller ones. The upper ones, which are called, what's the other set called?
The House of something.
The House of something. They're 900 pages a book. And my understanding, I could be wrong, but one of the two sisters, and I think it's Nesta, ends up romancing one of the characters from that book because they begin to overlap, I think.
I don't know about that one.
Neither do I. I could be making that up, to be honest.
But...
No!
Okay. Interesting fact, I gave Court of Thorn and Roses 4 stars on Goodreads.
I'm
the
shocked
same as I gave Fourth Ring.
Butchered it.
So let's turn that down to 3.
Okay.
While I'm there.
Let me explain the whole Nesta thing, why I said you want Nesta. So
Dig
Nesta is the oldest. Let me explain. Let me listen.
Dig the hole. No.
Nesta is the older sister of Feyre and the other one, right?
Yeah.
And the reason why I thought she was you, and I absolutely love her because she has become one of my favorite characters in the series, by the way, is because these fairies or whatever they are like hundreds and thousands of years old, and they have magic and they can change people's perspective and mind and glamour them and all that shit, right?
Nesta is fairies, apparently.
But Nesta is so like hard-headed, got strong will, and can be petty, that the whole family is glamoured and they've changed everything, and the whole village is. But she's the only person who was like, fuck, that's not going to work on me, and actually goes to try and find Feyre because she's family.
Yeah.
Even if they have this weird little petty little thing, they eventually are like, but let bygones be bygones. But she's the only person who was so hard-headed and strong-willed, was like, no, I'm going to go find her. Like, come on.
See, and I did like her in the beginning. I did like that the glamour didn't work on her. I was impressed by that. But I haven't read farther, so I don't know where this is going. So you've redeemed yourself a little bit. But now I got to read all these other
You're
books.
going to love the second book with her.
For God's sake.
I know. Well, we can read them both together. I will happily read the second book again, and I'm reading Wheel of Time with you as well, so we can do this together.
Okay, so we have Dee Dee saying, are you talking about the Crescent City series?
That's the one that Ben saw. It's so many books. They're chunky.
They are doorstops.
Craig, not Craig like Americans. Yeah, so I'm sure there's plenty of people calling her Elaine. I just know because I've seen my name without the E at the end so many times. All three cross over. Noah.
Yeah. Now, I need to point out I don't like Throne of Glass from what I've read either. So this might be a case where I just don't like Sarah J. Maas's writing.
Gavin. I read the first one. My Fey willpower is easily enough to stop me reading the rest.
I love that.
You know what? That almost was me. Because to be honest, ACOTAR could be a standalone, done with it, lived happily ever after book. Like you really don't need to go on and read the others. So Nesta better still be a good character after.
Oh, you're gonna love her from the next.
I better.
From the second book. I love her.
Now, here's the messed up thing with the library because I'm not buying any more of the.
I will happily buy you the book.
No, it's okay. I'll wait for the library.
No,
I bought the one because the waiting list was too long and I was going to get mileage with Fen out of this. Now, to be fair, I'm as stupid as Feyre. I couldn't figure that damn riddle out. Ticked me off. It was one of those, that was too easy moments after. Because like Feyre, I'm like, is it an animal? What is it? I was impressed by her memory skills for an illiterate because she's still trying to figure it out and she's only heard it.
Yeah, but then she was like, Milo, be quiet, we're having a conversation. But then she was like, this is unusually big. This actually could be a fae, but my stomach has the rumbly, so I'm going to eat it anyway.
Who, what now?
Feyre, she was like, this actually generally could be a fae because of the size alone. And then she was like, but my stomach's got the rumblies, so I'll do it anyway.
Oh, with the wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, credit to that part. That scene wasn't too bad and horrific. I could read it. It wasn't like a Stephen King cat, so you'll get through that part fairly quick. That's where the Hunger Games came in.
Yeah.
Katniss for the family. And so again, all these other series I've read came into ACOTAR because we've got Feyre having to do the hunting while the other three just sit on their ass at home. Not impressed about that part with Nesta, let me tell you.
Yeah, but that's because they had different upbringings, though.
Yeah, then we've got the broken dad, like Katniss's mom in Hunger Games, totally loses it after, the legs get broken and he lost all the money and they're living in a hovel. And yeah, the wolf part at the beginning was fairly quick. And that was kind of a good thing. But I don't know. See, Feyre to me, and I think this is where we bring our own stuff to the books we read, background, job, all of that. Because when I was reading Feyre, what I was reading was a classic abused child.
Yes.
And always wanting to do for the family, save the family, even though they all treat her like crap.
But she did kind of show the side of like, well, I do want to kind of do the things that I want to do. Like, I do want to kind of somewhat break away. I want to go do like painting and stuff like that, which I kind of liked that was kind of like thrown in there every now and then.
Yeah, but she never, and I'm listening to you and trying to see what I've missed here, but thanks you guys for commenting on the side too and keeping up with that. You know, and that's the thing is she talks about it, but she never does it, right?
She kind of does when she's being told what not to do, and then she goes and does it anyway.
Yeah.
So she really is an idiot.
No, she's just not.
She's a product of her environment, really. I mean,
that's a really good way of putting that.
She's not the brightest crayon in the box. I'll give her that. But there's a reason she's not a bright crayon. I mean, she didn't have
schooling.
She didn't have schooling. She didn't get the same things as Elan or Elaine, however you choose to pronounce it, or Nesta. I mean, they grew up with money and all of that. But by the time Feyre was, 10 or 11, the mother was already dying. For some reason, the mother tells Feyre to take care of the family, not, the father or the other two sisters or
Which
Nesta.
Confused me. But I guess it's because she was so young enough, she didn't have the upbringing that they were so used to, and she kind of like was going into like her own little thing where she likes hunting already. Maybe she thought that that's the best way to go because she knew the others wouldn't be able to.
That's quite possible. Oh, I'm surprised, Jenny. Mine isn't. I've been at 29% of ACOTAR. Wow. Damn, I won't than the rest. I agree. If you've only got that, never. That would be one of the series still outstanding. So many good, missing out. And see, that's why I actually did DNF a couple of books this year. Normally I don't, but especially with some of the big honkers I'm planning this year, in 2025, it's like, I can't be able to blitz through 3 times the speed. See, I don't have the option of 3 times the speed on Libby. But see, there were a lot of, I have to say, I genuinely, and this isn't just to poke at you, Van, I really enjoyed the book. I was shocked, but I enjoyed it. It's one of my favorite reads from the year, actually.
My thing was it blah, 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 with it, English, was the minute I stopped reading, my brain started filling in all the problems with it. And it might be because I've read a lot of Fae stories and Fae lore, and between I in my head, Feyre is an imbecile. I understand your points. I do understand your points.
Yeah.
She just sits. I have worked with people like that. They frustrate me by nature. And then
I wasn't named, then it's good.
The Fae. I didn't want to insult the Fae or Feyre. And then the Fae were too human.
Yeah, see, you said that, and I don't know. I kind of wondered about it with Tamlin.
Yeah.
We don't call him Tamlin. We call him Timberland Boots.
You do.
Tamlin's easier. I'd stumble over what you just said.
Oh, I knew. How many books are in that one? I know
in the Crown. Is it 4?
4 or 5?
4 or 5. I've got 3.
I think 4 in. Oh yeah, see, got sidetracked. So I read ACOTAR. I couldn't get book 2 through the library. There's too many holds and stuff. I put a hold on 3 and 4. And here's where Libby got really stupid, because I put a hold like audio for them. And then I went to another section of Libby and I got book 3 and 4 automatically. I'm like, okay, so why is it on hold for weeks here, but I just got these? So I started listening to book 3. And yeah, I know, Noah. I think it was Sue who told me, don't do that because
you're missing out on something.
And then as I'm partway through book 3, I'm like, oh yeah, So what happened with Tamlin? Because at the end of book 1, they're all gushy, gonna get married happily ever after. But partway through book 3, and I knew she was gonna get with Rysand. I mean, that wasn't even a maybe when they were getting all boom chicka wah through that festival. You knew something was happening because here's another one she's looking at, and he's all tall, and there's got
Brooding.
I don't
dark
get
and
the
broody.
whole trope thing. I'm used to saying stereotypes.
Oh yeah.
And maybe that's what a trope is, the stereotype, the pattern. Yeah. Okay. So the stereotype seems to now be in books. You need to be tall and climbable for the female character to take an interest. It's like the higher up you look. But you could
stretching
there was something going on. And then even Dune comes up in it with that worm creature, whatever
which I appreciated. And I loved Amarantha. I just expected more.
What?
Yeah, see, in book 2, I'm guessing must explain more of it because there's a lot missing in, well, I mean, book 1 as a standalone was fine, I thought anyway.
But when you eventually read number 2, I just need you to understand when you get to a certain point that someone who hasn't read, this is true, someone who hasn't read the second book has a full, after reading the first book, got a Tamlin tattoo on herself. So when you read the second book, I just want you to keep that in your mind.
That someone has a Tamlin
tattoo before reading the second book, and then they went and read the second book, and it was a big piece of work they had done of him on her.
Oh, so... and then they realized he's a douche.
Wait till the second book.
Well, I'm catching that. I'm catching that from book 3, and this is why you don't go willy-nilly get tattoos. Unless you like douches, and then she could, but display it. He or she could display it quite proudly, I suppose.
I mean, plenty of people do. I mean, look around.
Yeah. Okay, I'm getting behind. Okay, so Jenny, I only have 144 series or 144 books, Jenny.
Or pages.
Is that how many you have started physically?
It's a valid excuse not to start Fourth Wing. Okay, I thought you started Fourth Wing. 4, 1 novella, have them all. I almost started reading Pandora last night. I couldn't decide what I wanted to read. Anne Rice, but I didn't. Anne Rice, Vampire Chronicles. I don't read those in order, which I love. You don't have to. Spent half of Akatar waiting candlestick and teapot.
On flambe. Sorry.
Stockholm at its finest with Rice. Yeah, why else would you fall for someone who literally tortured you? See, and that's the other thing with Rice and that. And I will give credit to that other individual on the video saying, when Feyre's in that dungeon creepy thing with her bone sticking out, and then Rysand is the one who comes to offer her help.
Yeah.
And tortures her more before he leaves. And then I'm like, book 3, because like I said, I knew where this was going. Why would you want to be with someone like that?
Did she at least get a library out of it?
No.
I mean, read the second book.
Don't believe me, ask the dishes.
Don't believe me, ask the dishes. I love that movie.
But see, that was it. And I never read Beauty and the Beast. I mean, I saw a movie of it way back eons ago. And Ven, you're saying that the Fae aren't Fae enough. See, I don't know. I guess I'm thinking Lord of the Rings, and with Tamlin initially, I thought he was okay because he seemed to be standing up for the humans. Yeah, I know. I haven't read book 2 yet. No, I
No,
don't.
it's more the facts that you said that, but when he told her not to come out, like all of the times he told her not to go outside, and she
Yeah.
did when there was like that little festival thing going on, and then he
Don't
was
you
like,
know
the beast comes out, and then he like dry humps her for like 2.5 seconds and then leaves her.
Yeah.
No.
But I mean, she was told to stay in. Like, how many times do you need to be told and you keep doing what you're told not to? Like, she should have been dusting like way early on.
Yeah,
That
that's
one
true.
I'll agree with Ven. Like, she keeps doing what she's not supposed to, and then everyone's got to keep saving her ass.
That's true.
You
And
know?
then she complains that she's been saved and wasn't allowed to save herself. It's like, well, maybe if you didn't stick the fork in the plug socket, we wouldn't take
There's
the forks
also
away.
the fact that
But she
when
wanted to tingle. Come on now.
that's true, but it's also the fact that obviously when it gets to the point where she realized she then has to save everyone else and be the hero, it was don't make deals, don't drink the wine, don't tell them your name, and then she does all of them. But she makes deals twice, tells them the name, and does drink the wine.
Thanks for joining, Leslie.
Bye.
Bye, Dee Dee.
Bye, Dee Dee.
But see, this is it, is she keeps doing.
But I loved it at the same time, but it angered me so much.
That would be an interest. See, once upon a time,
I would read that.
That would be a very interesting, an evil Cinderella. Oh man.
Have you read the Bad Beauty series by Anita Vale? Like, it's Cinderella, Rapunzel, Belle, and I forget who the fourth princess is, but they're all evil.
Ooh.
And then there's, the Bitches of Enchantment. And I'm pissed because it was supposed to be a trilogy. And they never wrote the third book. Like, they did 2 back-to-back in 2016 and never freaking finished it. And it was so good. Like, our main princesses were all criminals living in a halfway house, and Rapunzel was a stripper.
I need to read this now. Get me the book stat.
And I'm so mad. I'm like, I want the ending. Like, it was so good. We were going into like Wizard of Oz stuff, and then we never freaking got it.
And this is why I usually don't start a series as soon as it comes out. And Janie actually, and Janie just got into this. She had on her latest book haul, she's got this beautiful copy. Ven, you would have been in awe. Beautiful cover on the side, brilliant colors. She ended up reading the book right away. And the next book in the series doesn't come out till September 2025. I'm like, I don't have that kind of patience. I mean, I just don't. Like, I'm glad the Wheel of Time, I didn't get into it when it first came out. I waited years to even discover it. And then I could just buy them all and read them in a year. It's why I don't get into a lot of the new streaming shows. It's just, by the time you get into it and invest in the characters, it's canceled. It's like WTF.
You see,
but these came out in 2016, and I didn't find them until last year. I was like, ooh. We're starting off with like Belle throwing somebody in a trunk. Like, if y'all ain't gonna kill her, I will. Okay, I need to read that. And then we got the next book, and I'm like, yay, there's a cliffhanger. I'm gonna go read that. Maybe it's not out yet. And then I start looking up. I'm like, this came out 7 years ago, and they haven't written the third one yet. I don't
Night World series, L.J. Smith. I've been waiting for book 10, the last one of the series, for like over 10 years.
Which one is that, Noah?
Night World series by L.J. Smith.
See, and I've got the first 3. And I think Janie was talking about that one as well, that the series didn't get finished. But I bought it as, the thrift store is great for a lot of these things. It came as 3 books in one.
Oh yeah, she released them as that again. Yeah, she releases them like I've got the special editions book set because I love the series because that's what I like when I first got into reading.
Yeah.
But number 10 still hasn't come out. It's been, I don't know, like let me work this out. About 20 years.
Ooh,
I've been waiting for book 10, the last book of the series. Like you said, she's working on.
Yikers! See, and I hate when they do that. Like, that's, to be honest, that's part of why I enjoy standalones, because it's one and done. you know, and it's what, to be honest, it's why I like the classics. And Kat, I know a lot of the ones I love, you hate. But again, this is why it's awesome being able to talk about different books and getting different viewpoints. So, like Carmilla, I loved Carmilla.
Love Camilla.
I like Camilla.
It was a short vampire read. I love the location. It still pisses me off. I don't know who that woman is that pretended to be Carmilla's mother. It's never explained. And I've read the book twice trying to figure out who is that woman. Excuse me.
I wanted it darker. Like, when you tell me it's a vampire novel that's like all erotic and like, you know, the first kind of, you know, of its thing, like, this isn't dark. It's not atmospheric. How are they so stupid that they don't know they're hosting a vampire? Even though, what the heck? How is she a vampire when she comes out during the day, even if it is late in the evening?
Because vampires originally could come out in the day.
Oops, we like
Cat.
hinted at making out.
Cat, vampires originally, when they were first came into like book form, they could come out in the day. The only reason why we know them as that is because it's just been so like dipped into everything else. It's they can't go out in daylight. Crossers, guards, so they didn't have issues like that originally.
Dracula could come out in the day. Hollywood is why you
changed
think it come out in the day.
And Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but you know we love Buffy, so
boom.
An Angel.
I know it's on Hulu.
Can I just say something very quickly, which has really confused me? All the actors and actresses from Buffy have all of a sudden come onto TikTok and making videos quoting random scenes from Buffy and Angel.
Really?
Are they doing like a little thing again, or?
They're doing a lot of audio books, aren't they?
Oh, so that's why they've all jumped on. Okay, I was like getting excited then. I was like, ooh.
What's
I know it's not
then?
everybody, but they're doing a load of audio presentations, not books, call it what it is. Some of the Buffy series. So there was one they were pushing it quite hard a few months ago. It's every bloody advert that I saw on YouTube was for this Buffy series. There we go, audio drama on Audible. Which has some of the original cast, I believe.
And what also baffles me is that Dolly Parton has bought the rights to remake Buffy again, so she's planning on doing a series.
Well, there's supposed to be a reboot.
Wow, that is not who I would guess for that.
She's a huge fan of it.
So see, I love that most of us read some of the most random finds, swap and share. And see, that's the other great thing is as we're chit-chatting, excuse me, we love different books for different reasons, do reviews. I mean, I know I've commented on Cats a few times. Thanks for reading that, so I don't have to.
Happy to help.
You know, I'm never reading Unhinged. That's just, no.
It is truly unhinged. We scared Noah away.
Oh, he disappeared.
He'll be back in a sec.
Excuse me. I didn't know about half. Yeah, half is Kindle. And it's true. I mean, my TBR was getting crazy enough before, but the more booktubers I meet, and the more different books I see that they're reading and things, and I'll note a bunch, and I'm like, holy jumping. I've still got a ton of books to read from my shelves, and some I can at least get from the library, which is good. So,
oh, Van, I blame you for this one. Daddy ordered me the what was it? The Lost Boys.
Oh, based on the film. The film Lost Boys. Yeah.
Daddy ordered me that one for Christmas. It's apparently they're like, yeah, we're having trouble shipping it. It'll be here in the new year, but he's in the emails. Expect your packages. I put that one on my wish list. That's your
nice.
Happy days.
See, I haven't read Lost Boys.
Yeah, like most of my stuff, it's like I haven't read it because it's not on Kindle or Libby, so it's just on the here's my wish list if it ever goes on sale.
Hey, that reminds me, Kat, your book, is it available in hard copy or just Kindle?
Mine are Kindle and paperback.
Cool. So I can get the paperback cookbook? was telling my hubby, they gotta order that book. And then I saw your video the other day, or was in your craft when you were talking about Kindle, and I'm like, no, I don't have Kindle. So yes,
put it on Kindle Unlimited for everyone.
Plug for Kat. She has a cookbook for sale.
Ooh.
It's in her community post with the link to order. Help a girl out.
Get some new cookie and smoothie recipes.
So yes, I'm going to order it, and then I'm going to make a video after I've tested several, and we'll just keep promoting Kat and get that cookbook out there.
I had trouble with that because I'm like, how much seasoning am I putting in this? I know what seasonings I use, but I like measure with by my nose.
Measure by vibes.
Measurements was hard.
Well, Jenny, you could definitely get it then, because Kat'll help you out.
I mean, there's smoothie recipes in there, so like that's really easy. Throw some stuff in till it's like doing this. There's measurements and instructions. I don't cook hard stuff.
And I give you a lot of
Kindle. I'm betting you got Kindle Unlimited. So it's
give you a lot of credit because I don't measure anything. So when we have meatloaf, my husband's always excited because it always turns out good. And then he gets really sad at the end of dinner and he goes, "This was so delicious. And we'll never have it again." And he's right, because I have no idea what the hell I threw in it that week. And what I'll do is I'll buy big packages of ground beef, and then I'll make up a couple meatloafs. So by the time we have it, I really don't know what I put in it when I was making them then. So
it's like my mom when she makes chili. Like, I remember this one time, I will never forget because it was so freaking weird. She put grape jelly in the chili. Yes, that sounds disgusting. It was like terrible. It wasn't great. It was not terrible. But Mama she would do like the weirdest freaking things. Like, I can't get the seasoning measurements the same twice to save my life. But the general idea will always be the same.
I have a question.
It's like my smoothies, and smoothies and cookies, I just play with it.
How did you like? Obviously, it's awesome that I'm looking at the book right now, but how did you even get it onto Amazon and like publish it and stuff like that? Like, how would you tell people to do that?
I did it so many years ago. I can't even remember. Like, there's a way you basically you do it yourself. Like, nobody was ever going to publish me, but you can. There's like at the bottom of the homepage, I think there's like a Kindle Direct, and you just upload your file and make a graphic and upload that, and then it just formats it. So I'm always like, well, it looked this way. My manuscript on Microsoft was this. Hopefully they kept the formatting because you can't preview it until there's like you just publish it and go, oh, they changed my formatting. That is not how it looked when I wrote that.
Oh no.
So it's like, well, I spaced it out so that it would do like, this. That is not how it formatted my table of contents. And I didn't know it till I downloaded my own thing. And I'm like, that's not how I had my table of contents on the manuscript.
Plus, yeah. No, that's awesome that you're in there, though. I'm dead proud of you.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I was so excited to see that post and went, yeah, I gotta get one.
Yeah, same.
It's my friend's fault because I was talking to her and she's like, my parents want me to do something for Thanksgiving, but like she'd literally gone from her parents' house where her mom did all the cooking to living in a dorm and just eating out. So like she had literally never cooked. I'm like, my mom made me help in the kitchen since I could, climb on a chair and reach the tables. Here, dump these things in, stir this. Oh, you're tall enough to actually like reach the top of the stove. Now it's your job to cook so I can sleep because women have to know how to cook. So I've been doing it my whole freaking life. And then I realized like, none of my friends know how to cook. Like, your mom didn't make you help in the kitchen. And then you left home and still someone else was cooking for you. Now you're like, what do I do?
Sorry, I need to nip
dump things and buy a lot of spices.
So Jenny was saying, I don't oddly have KU. That was
That's how I get so many
danger.
books for free. Like KU is like there. Oh, I get in trouble
unlimited. Okay.
Because I get so many series, and then I get sad because there was
don't have
one I was enjoying. I'm like, yay! The next one's coming out in 2 weeks, and the week before the book came out, they took the whole series off Kindle Unlimited. I'm like,
oh no!
The paperbacks are $15 a pop.
Ooh!
And I'm not paying for an ebook because I.
Know a guy put some sugar in his steak pies. It'd be different.
It's not that unusual.
Really?
Sugar and
it can stabilize the flavors a little bit. It's safe if you put a little bit of salt in sweet stuff sometimes just to stabilize it.
See, I don't like putting the salt in it. I always leave that out because everyone's like, "Yay, salted caramel!" I'm like, you do that, and literally all I can taste is the salt. For me, it's like I'm very sensitive to it. Like I can taste it, and I hate it.
This is probably not a thing for either of you because I suspect you don't have freeze-dried coffee like we have over here.
Yeah, we do.
You do? Okay. I know America doesn't a great deal. But if you put the hot water in, it burns the freeze-dry, so it gives it a more bitter taste. So a tiny pinch of salt smooths the taste out. There you go. There's
there you go.
For the day.
Now, see what I do, although I know Kat doesn't drink coffee, but when I microwave mine to heat it up, I put in a few drops of vanilla, takes out the microwave taste.
I'll be honest, hearing the word microwave for water hurts my British brain.
Really? Oh, kettle?
Guess how I make tea.
Oh. Yeah, it's one of those things that just... Yeah, I put milk in first most of the time, to be fair now. But...
Yeah.
But if you don't, a tiny bit of salt stabilizes it. Only a little bit, obviously.
Yeah. Here you go.
There we
so,
go.
And Jenny's got a whole folder on her Kindle with books by booktubers. That's cool.
There's a lot of books by booktubers.
Hmm?
There's a lot of books by booktubers.
I want to check out a few. I know Margaret's got some series.
She does. I actually messaged her because I got... This is one of Margaret's.
Oh, nice.
Literally just before we came on, I messaged her to see, because I do my first chapter reads.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I messaged her just to say, do you mind if I do? Because I've not read it yet. So, do you mind if I read the first 20 pages?
Yeah.
I said, yeah, absolutely fine. But we realised when I was talking to it, it's actually signed because it was secondhand. So I've actually got a signed copy from it as well, which was a nice little surprise, which I picked up secondhand like a few months ago. And it's like, oh, and it's signed. So I'm going to be doing, I think that's the first one that she did. So I'll be doing her first chapter read for that January at some point. But there's so many. I can't buy any of them right now, but there's so many.
Seeing it. I still have my goal to try and behave until at least March. Although my hubby gifted me a bunch of little gift cards for the thrift store.
Gift card purchases don't count.
Bookstore.
Gift card purchases don't count.
Don't tell me that. Daddy emailed me a bunch of gift cards for Amazon.
I don't think they count.
As if I don't already have 806 that I haven't read.
See, I haven't got, because I've made a good chunk of reading through, especially with the Da Vinci Spiral and stuff. But I really have to knuckle down, especially after my last few months of going crazy buying, which I still haven't gone through all my book haul videos. So I'll have to get that figured out. But Van, are we just going by physical books?
16. Probably. I'm just counting through now on my thing to see how many I've ordered. If it's physical books, you'll have battered me.
Yeah, but if it's books in total, which it should be, then you've battered me because I don't have ebooks.
I'm just counting through now.
No, not a lot. Tastes amazing. See, I used to put milk in first before I made my tea, but I don't anymore. My stepmother was British, so that's where I got that from. Splash of cold water and instant coffee instead of salt if you value your blood pressure.
70.
Traditional birthright. Can you do? Well, I don't know. If
80.
you could, Gavin, someone probably has. I mean, they
I'm
do.
sure you could like mix that into like the flour as like a coating on something and fry
That
it.
can't be right, surely.
I've never
deep
tried
fry
it, but I'm sure you could.
Twinkies and chocolate bars, which I'm not sure how that.
I mean, they deep fry
It's
ice cream.
Oh, it doesn't go. Okay. I thought I'd bought 485 books this year. I haven't. That's
Kat and I are like,
I had it set to year, then I typed in books to try and narrow it down, and it has taken the year thing off and gone all the way back to 2012. So I'm going to start again and try and figure out. I thought 49 pages was too many. Right. We'll start again and try and figure this out.
I'm probably up to at least 100 or 150 physical books this year, which is nuts.
Yeah, we're not talking about ebooks because
that's 2022.
One of the urban fantasy authors I liked went, "Hey, fill your Kindle with mine and some other books from my friends in this genre." So I just got 6 more this morning.
Ooh, now were those free though, Kat?
Yep, they're free, so they don't
sweet. See, that's what I need to find is the free. Although I always have a hoot go into my book thrift store because I mean it's a win-win and the prices are amazing.
Robin Reed, that's where I signed up for that and it'll send me like 10 recommendations a day. Some days I'm like, this is all terrible, and other days I'm like, I'm getting half of these. That's why mine is so big. Like if I check, I've probably got like 200 just this year alone of, hey, they're free. I'm not going to pass that up. I might eventually get to it.
Jenny, I refuse to even find out how many I got this year.
Well, I'm going to bet 1,000.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know Jenny's got a ton. Well,
Mrs. buys a series at a time.
I'm thinking since September to December, I went shopping. What did I have? 4 book hauls?
That can't be right.
And I averaged 20 books at least every time. So 20, 40, there's 80 just in the 4 months. And it's probably...
Woo!
Holy
I don't like these numbers.
Jenny's got 4 libraries all to herself. Because don't they say if you have 1,000 books, it's a personal library?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm not there yet.
No.
I think I'm a couple hundred away.
On my Kindle, I do have a library. I've read a quarter of it.
See, Noah, do you have
250
this year?
Yeah, I think.
Physical and ebooks?
Yeah, it's between 250 and 380 because it's not keeping a set amount on the thing. There's a lot of free books in there and a lot of 99p books in there.
Hey, Farah.
Hey, Farah.
Hey, wait, nice Sarah or Farah?
Farah.
Farah. Hello.
Farah, I did send you an email about doing a live stream, so let me know a date. Right now, most of January is already booked, so maybe February. But I'm glad you popped in.
Thank you. Hopefully, I'm much better than I was yesterday.
Today,
I'm
a good thing.
Am I the only one that, like, when you cough a lot, your chin gets itchy?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I read, like, it's a thing with, like, 2% of people. I'm like, I wonder if there's anybody in our group that's weird like I am.
No, because none of us are ginger.
Yeah, to be fair, we're all weird in our own way, but don't give me that face, poke you in the hat. I'm glad you got under there.
That's what she said. I'm sorry, I got really excited with that. Sorry. I take it back. I apologize.
That's why I was pissed COVID didn't come with zombies. It did, honey. They just survived and they're still here, Jenny.
Unfortunately.
The zombie apocalypse is saying hi. Yay.
Oh, that's one of the few books that I actually bought because I had Amazon credit was How to Not Survive the Zombie Apocalypse. I will be reading that in the new year. I think I'm like, I actually paid 80 cents for that, so I have to read it.
It's not like
it get lost.
I love the idea of zombies, but they are literally like they freak me out a lot because do you know like the PlayStation 1 many years ago when Resident Evil 2 was originally out? My sister was playing that and I was watching like terrified because I was a wee little child, smaller than I am now. And my nana, who I don't talk to anymore, came in and was like, "That's how you're going to die because they're real." And I've been terrified of them ever since.
Oh my Lord.
I love the games. I love reading books about them. But at the same time, I'm like, ooh.
Your grandma said that? That's not right.
She's mean.
No kidding.
I mean, I can see like my mom saying that, but grandmas aren't supposed to do that. They're the nice ones.
She wasn't.
That's the rules. Grandma's supposed to be the nice one.
Mm.
I had one nice one and one not so nice.
Yeah, I'm with the
50-50.
mother on that one. 50-50.
Dang.
Ooh.
Max Brooks. Zombie Survival Guide's hilarious. Teaches you what to
I have
wear,
that
what
book,
weapons
yeah.
work. Oh man. And we totally got sidetracked off Akatar.
We did.
Oh, we
Either
had
way-
already like decided the group for like the zombie apocalypse happens. I'm like, I got Daddy's coming here because he's the mechanical genius engineer. I studied how to make stuff go boom. Yeah, and
I'm the bait that will die.
Yes, you're the decoy. We have agreed this
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, it's true.
We'll give you like an axe or something, so you got some long reach. You won't run out of ammo.
I'll run out of air and breath and just give up and kill on the floor. It'll be fine.
I mean, you might be able to outrun them, to be fair, at the moment.
If they're the normal ones where they walk slow, yes.
Could you right now?
Not right now, no. I'd look
If
like
they're the
one
Simon
walking.
Pegg ones, not the what is it? That World War
20
Z one where they can run.
Oh.
Gavin
They shouldn't be
said-
able to. They're dead. They're undead. They're rotting and their muscles are going away. They should just collapse on the ground and just stay there.
Yeah, but you should also die without a brain, and we have already proven that apparently you don't need a brain to live.
I've got another breathe.
We've all worked retail. We know.
That's true. Yeah.
There was I wish I had saved the picture way back when I was on Facebook. There was this awesome thing with a brain. It was a cool picture of a brain. And underneath it said, "Brains are awesome. I wish everybody had one."
Yeah.
Sorry, Kat.
Ooh.
I'm not trying to kill you. The timing was off.
Hmm.
Are you okay? My bad.
Worth it.
But it was if I could find out how to put it on my homepage, I'd stick it in the corner. I may lose a few subs, but oh well.
That just means you're filtering out the people with bad taste and no sense of humor.
See, there we go. Okay, we catch up on comments. Gavin, I'm guessing, has read the Max Brooks books. Really
He
well.
also did an adventure book about escaping zombies as well.
Did he?
He did, yeah. It's pretty good. I died each time.
Ven will appreciate this. Zombies are smarter than Feyre.
Yep.
Pretty sure he knows something we don't. Maybe. Gonna be our first zombie live.
At least I don't have to worry about getting any paler. I'm already the right color.
I think people who take the zombie threat seriously know they can't run forever, have to fall off the end of the world. I wonder what group that could be referring to. 3 lives. I'm not sure what I'm at now. It's I must be getting close to 9. Overtime. Van, why are you sitting in the dark and being so quiet? You're shopping, aren't you, you stinker?
No, I'm genuinely not. I'm trying to figure out. So,
Oh,
you know, like
no.
when you go on an internet page, normally it has the same amount of results on a page for every
Yeah.
page.
Sure.
Amazon doesn't. Because I'm trying to count up how many books I've got. I thought, oh, if I've got this many pages, it's 10 per page. I'll just do that times 10. That's how many. No,
Yeah.
the first one had 17 results. The next one had 8. and I'm just going like from page to page to page of my order history, and it's really frustrating to me. But I am looking at 230 plus books though.
He's multitasking.
Yeah, 230 plus books though. Most of about a third physical, probably. There's a lot of physical in there.
Jeez, that is a lot of books.
It is. That's not including ones that have
I
been sent
stand
either.
now. I just almost burst into flames. I have like a 10-minute window.
Yeah, my hubby's the same. He's Irish, and he and the son are not best of buds. He used to be blonde, now he's gray, but he's got the same pale skin.
That's a book I would read. Gingers vs. Vampires. I'm like, oh, Cat's the main character. How will this go?
There you go,
Fine.
Jenny.
Plot
Another
twist,
book.
Ginger becomes the head of the vampires.
There's a lot of great book ideas we've come up with. Evil princesses and yeah, so that's where we got sidetracked somewhat is with the Fae and how they should treat humans. And yeah, Tamlin I know is going to go off the rails in book 2 because there's something kind of sketchy about him. I just liked him because at least he seemed to be standing up for the humans. But then when we find out about Amarantha and dude send in his own buddies to go get shot, it's like, what now? And
Yeah,
we'll have to see. And I don't know about the other series, but like I say, I returned the books and took the other ones off hold for now because Wheel of Time, I'm getting all ready for Rand and Ewan. And what's the one I hate with the long ponytail? And Ven, I think you like, or Nineveh or something like that.
Yeah, Nynaeve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have knocked her off in those. I don't think she ticked me off so much the first book, but by the fourth book, I was pretty much done to dunk her in the river by the ponytail.
I do wonder if it's just because I remember her from the later books where she was a better character. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, well, she redeems herself later. I didn't mind her, except I would have killed her off by then. So, it's probably best that Robert Jordan wrote the series.
Yeah.
But how many people do we have in this started as a buddy read group now?
We're in double figures. I know that.
Are we really?
Yeah.
we are, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where, because a few people joined Noah's Discord.
Okay, cool.
So, I can't remember. I'll need to check before we actually start. I think we're at 12 or 13.
I think it was 13, wasn't it?
I think it was 13, but so scattered in various places. There's a few people that have said they're going to do it that haven't joined anywhere yet. So,
well,
yes, I think he does.
Being a bully.
I'm pretty sure Elias does come back if memory serves.
Is that a character from Akatar?
Wheel of Time.
Why do I not remember who that is?
It's the
That's
first
the wolf guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I remember who that is now. Oh, got it. Okay, this is how we get off track now and again. Who can bust first? I'm guessing that's dun 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 dun.
Dun sun sun. I like that one better.
You know what sunscreen is. There we go. SPF 120. Only 120? It's just now see, and it's funny because my husband looks for the big sunscreen too, and I thought I've heard that somewhere after 30 or 40, there really isn't anything stronger.
Trust me, as a pasty, you can tell the difference.
Yeah.
Like 30 is just a joke. That's for people that tan.
I've not put sun cream on in about 15 years. But we don't get sun in the UK, so.
Well, no, but I got 3rd-degree sunburn in Wales.
Yes, but I hate to point something out, but you do have the ginger gene.
I do not.
You do. You get.
And then
this is.
I ended up in hospital.
To be clear.
No, seriously, I ended up in hospital.
Had you been in the sea?
No.
Okay.
I was just reading a book on the beach, and obviously I got really bad with sunburn, and then my mum was like, "Oh, I'll put this lotion on." I ended up in hospital, and obviously I'd like blistered, and I had my skin color. I was like all patched with like different
Did she
colors
give
and stuff
you?
like that.
Did she give
And
you
then she was like, "We've
lotion?
been putting this on, is this on it?" And the guy was like,
You
"That's
put
oil
sun
based.
oil.
She's been cooking. You've been cooking. She's been cooking you basically." And that's
Oh,
why I had all these like. It was so much worse.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't
Yeah,
put that
I
stuff
learned
on.
the hard way as a child. Like I had bumps on my back for probably like a good decade because I got burned really bad when I was like 9 years old. Like I put on sunscreen, but I went to the pool with my friends at Tan and their grandma. And so they don't bother with the sunscreen because, whatever. Like they get a light burn and then they tan, like the hospital mix up that is my middle brother.
This was only like 5-6 years ago.
Gee. Oh no, I was a kid. Like I put it on and it lasts for 8 hours. We were at the pool for 2 hours.
Yeah, but you
I
wash it
literally
off.
could not dress myself. Like I
Yeah,
can't
same.
move. Like my grandmother had to help me. Like she just like I just bathed in aloe vera and a shirt. I'm like, Grandma, I can't get my underwear on by myself because I can't move. Like I would just I remember she thought I had drowned myself. So I'm like, nope, I just filled the tub with like cold water and laid in there until it got warm. Like I'm not trying to off myself. I'm just that. It hurts. I couldn't move for a freaking week, and I still I had these white bumps. Like every time I'd get like the least bit burn, you would see the bumps on my back where it had boiled up. I'm like, nope, I learned my lesson. Reapply every 2 hours and wait a half hour for it to soak in. Or don't go outside for more than 10 minutes.
Ooh. See, I'm lucky. European dark skin. I can be now, not so much now because I've really noticed a difference in the sun. But yeah, I used to go out in the sun in baby oil and read, and I'd be fine. But yeah, but I was one of those people you mentioned, Kat. I would burn once, and then that was it. It all became tan.
I don't tan. I just burn, peel, and burn again.
Yeah, my husband.
I wish I could tan.
Yeah, but the sun's so.
In fact, you're English and German. You're even less likely to tan.
That's true, actually.
Whereas I'm Scottish on both sides.
Well, no, because my dad's side's Scottish, so technically I'm Scottish German. I don't know.
So you'd be even more likely to burn.
Either way, you're burning, dude, and you don't need the dragons to blow fire at you for it to happen.
Wish they would, to be honest.
I mean, it does tan off the fridge light, to be fair, does Noah? So
that's mean.
Get you a guard dragon. Sister just looked at the sun and tans. Here we are yeah, and see, that's so funny, but yeah, I used to sit out and read, and sometimes I'd put on tanning lotion. The odd time I'd use just baby oil if that's what I had, but it's been years since I've done it. And the bad thing is, I think one year I ended up getting sunstroke, and after that, you can't stay in the sun the same. It impacts you for the rest of your life. How I didn't get sunstroke when I was on the farm and working out in the fields and stuff is beyond me. But one summer, it might have been, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. And I was just out too long, not paying attention, might have been doing gardening, got dehydrated, and now I can't sit out. And to be honest, when I look at different things of how faded they get in the windows from the sun, like I don't even put some of my books near my windows anymore because the covers have literally been faded just by the sun. It's like, yeah, hell no, I ain't putting my skin out in that for
yeah, all of my books are faded from the sun. Some of the ones directly behind me, actually, the Pratchett ones are looking a bit washed. At this point, just because of age, and yeah, that's fine. There's worse ones on there that have been chewed by dogs and stuff. So
I have some with little kitty prints in them, kitty teeth marks. Hey, Julie.
Hi.
Hello.
Julie has been with me for quite a while. So nice to see you. She's one of the paranormal folk.
Oh,
So we
yay!
follow
Oh.
some of the same channels, which is lovely. And it's been awesome between connecting with some of the paranormal folk and the booktubers. And this year's been wild in terms of growth and different things. Noah.
Which reminded me, things are starting again. I was going to
Are
tell
they?
Ben, I forgot. My shower turned on when I was in bed. I woke up to my shower turning on and water spraying everywhere.
Okay. I will
Are
sort
you
it.
still haunted? You need smudge.
No, Noah. Not smut. Smudge.
Yeah, explain it to him, Ben.
I know what smudging is.
The second your head went down, I'm like, I know what he's
I
thinking. And now my
misheard
mind's there
you.
too.
That's
Can I
all.
keep it as a pet?
Yes.
That's all I want to know.
No, because it's mine.
Okay, we'll get
No
back
fun.
to your spooky thing in a minute, Noah.
Yeah, continue.
But Destination Truth.
No.
I haven't
I-
seen Lion
Truth?
King, so I won't have seen anything else.
There were a couple of things I'd watched on Prime. We were actually looking last night for, but I don't think Destination Truth was one of them. I'll have to check it out. There was actually an amazing one that I saw on Prime. There were 10 episodes. Might have been called Most Haunted, and there were places from all over the world on it. It was quite interesting. Ooh,
Ooh, I like cryptid stuff.
cryptids.
I know I've got an Ark for a Cryptid book that's out. I know I mentioned it to you, I think, Elaine, in
Yeah.
I've got hold of an Ark of a Cryptid book that's out next year. No idea who the author is, or never heard of them, but
Good to
I've had a
know.
quick look and they've got citations in the back for the sources and stuff.
Ooh.
So I've got
And
a little
see-
bit of time to read that. So
And that I like when they list sources because I think it was the Sasquatch book that I was talking about, Nothing in the Back, which
Yeah.
ticked me off because he was talking about Patterson and all kind. And it's like, there's so many other resources to this. Why would you? And you didn't come up with this information. So whatever happened to teaching people about how to do a bibliography and footnotes? Like,
I've got, fiction novels. Like, I love James Rollins. The end of his books, it's always, hey, this is real, this is fake, this is literary license, and these are the books that I read.
oh, really?
And it's fiction. And he does it at the back of every one of his books.
Cool. See, Dan Simmons did that in The Terror, in the front of his book, and that's fiction as well. It's based
So
on
good.
the Franklin expedition. It was amazing, and so was
So
the
good.
Prime series. The 10
I've only just started watching the Prime series.
Have you?
You need to read Arctic Drift. They were mentioning that, and it mostly takes place in Canada, so it's perfect for you.
Hey, there we go.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm like, yes, that was that book they just read. They were
What was it
trying to get
called?
their passage through the Arctic.
That's cool. Yeah, well, so when Simmons did that, and it was fascinating because I was looking at because he has it in the front of the book of what he used. And one of them was actually a book I'd read about the Franklin expedition years before, which was kind of cool. But that was a fascinating read because, I mean, it teaches you about the problems with racism. One, because Crozier would have been captain of that expedition, if not for the issues with the English and the Irish. But Crozier knew for all those years that he'd been in the military that he was never going any higher because he was Irish. But the thing is, too, he'd already been down to the Antarctic for a few years. I think it was with Ross. And they were on the Terror and the Erebus down there for years before those two ships were going to find the Northwest Passage. The funnier thing is, as I was reading Lovecraft for Greg and Alan's event, Cthulhu, the Mountain of Madness.
My favorite story.
Have you read? I just read
First one I
it.
ever read many years ago.
Just read it, and it talks about Mount Erebus and Mount Terror in the beginning. I'm like, how awesome is this? But yeah, my first Lovecraft read was Dunwich Horror decades ago. It's only been the last couple years that I've even heard of Cthulhu and all these other stories of his. So
Yeah.
it was funny watching his biography. They're talking about this big Cthulhu thing and all these stuffed animals. And I'm like, have I been living under a rock the last 8-10 years? Like, when did this become a thing?
That's a good
Cthulhu's
question,
even in
actually.
the video game.
Oh, is
He's
it?
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, in Terraria, he's the Moon Lord, but it's very clearly of, hey, we're making a reference to Cthulhu.
Yeah.
There's loads in video games. I know
Yeah. The
Fallout.
past few years, he's
has
been
got
proper
two.
popping up.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
the video games I played were Mario and Zelda.
Yeah.
I love you. Zelda.
I like the old school ones. I'm not good at the new ones. Like, I played Diablo 3
Love
and,
Diablo 3.
Terraria, and that's, like, about it as far as new ones. Give me
I'm
some
terrible at
old school
Terraria,
Mario
however.
Kart. And, like, I think it was either Super or N64
Abracadabra.
Nintendo.
I can't pronounce
Yeah.
Terraria.
We just
Terraria.
actually traded in our Wii. We had the Nintendo, and I loved Mario. And even on the Wii, we had Mario. I tried one of the new Zeldas, and it was years ago when we had the Nintendo. My husband was all excited, bought me a new game. It was kind of like a Zelda,
Hmm.
and I finished it in 2 days. He's
Wow.
it's like, impossible to buy for.
She's gonna get months of play out of this. You beat it already?
Yeah.
That's why you gotta have replayable games. Like,
Well, I played it.
It's done.
I've got more games than books. There we go.
That's wild.
Which is ridiculous.
Especially considering how many books you have just from this year.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, how many games do you have?
Right. Oh God. So I've got 632 on that one. Give me a second.
Wait, how do you
Is
find
there
out how many games you've got?
You go to the. I can see how many games you've got on Steam.
It doesn't show them all, though.
It
That's the
does.
thing. It does. Oh, I have
Right.
552 games
Really? I thought you had more. Than
on
me.
Steam, not
On
counting
Steam.
on the PlayStation and my Nintendo Switch.
So I've got
Holy
630.
jumping.
I've got 632 on Steam. Then I have. Jesus, are you going to make me count? You're going to make me count them, aren't you? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5,
Okay, well,
6,
Ven's
7,
counting.
8,
I'm jumping
9,
down
10,
to
11,
Julie.
12,
I was
13.
playing Candy Crush before the live. I just pretty much do match 3 games now because, like I say, we don't have the Wii. We got rid of the Nintendo a while ago. So I do play Candy Crush, Clockworks, and there's hidden or matching object games.
Let's go.
Oh, the hidden object. I love them
gaming.
ones. Yeah, I like them ones.
Yeah, but I don't
I
play
don't know.
like the shoot 'em up, blood gore, smash 'em kind of games.
Oh, I
I
love
don't
them.
play. I can't play shooty games. Noah has
do.
mocked me for
Because
my
I'm good
shooting.
at him. I'm good at him. I'm
You're
better
good
than
at,
him.
good at me, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Well, geez,
About-
Noah.
About 898.
Wow. Sound like
That does-
Steve went on a
That does
rant.
go back to 2000, though. To be fair, so
I think that's to you and me, Vin. Oh no, maybe that was more me with the bibliographies. drives me wonky. Cryptids, never heard of, go all over the world. Gonna have to check that out. Take it all back, cat. Compulsive counting.
I
think
like
Ben must
playing
be the
vampires
vampire.
in games. Noah can attest. I like playing vampires in games, much
He
to
does.
his
His name.
sadness when I do something. Like, I've
Yeah.
locked myself in a room. I'll just walk down the wall from above it. It'll be fine. What?
Well,
We'll see. Funny, and
that's
I'm
not
actually
vampire. That's Spider-Man.
Not in
I'm
D&D.
getting
it's
ready
not.
to
D&D, they can walk up and down walls and across the ceiling and stuff. So
Can
I'm
they?
like, oh, something's happening. He goes, I'll just walk out. And I'm like,
I'll just walk down the wall and then throw the knives at you even more. It's fine.
The closest I got to D&D, they've redone it, so I can't stand it anymore. But I used to play Neverwinter, which was like a free D&D thing on PlayStation, and I was a little Hobbit rogue.
Yeah. And now it's changed so that you don't level up per thing you kill, it's per whatever mission you do.
And they just changed it so much. Like, I was at like the top of the game, right? Because I've been playing it for like 4 years. And now I'm like, I just got one-shotted in a place that used to be like, you know, here, we'll send you here when you're still a baby in the game. Like, this used to be my favorite place. You completely redid it, and now I just got murdered. And my gear was like top level last month. You suck.
My husband used to love Final Fantasy.
Love Final Fantasy.
See, I couldn't get into it because you had to keep reading what and I'm like, no, I just want to swing and smash things. I don't want to read a story. Like, just give me stuff and go plowing through.
Like, I love
doesn't
it.
mean
Like,
the same thing, Noah. I can see.
I know. I'm not putting a face.
The word smash just gets you, doesn't it?
Yeah. Listen.
You use the word plowing as well, which also
did
has
use the word plow and smash like in one sentence.
Meaning.
You dirty little chaos gremlin.
I'm not. No, because with Final Fantasy, it's all about like the story of the characters as well. So not only are you having to like grind and level up and then get better equipment, but it's the story and the characters, and I love that, especially like Final Fantasy VII, what I grew up with.
That's a game that I rage quit after 3 minutes.
Man, just kill everything. Who needs a story? I just want to kill some enemies and get better stuff and fireball them some more.
There we go. Okay, does anyone know, is Lionel Richie Chemical Vampire in D&D? I don't play D&D, so this is a Noah question.
Night long. Yeah. That would actually be kind of good. That would be good.
Wait, this started off vampires. Now we're just going dirty again. It's not your fault.
Does the dancing count?
Yes.
It's on the ceiling. There you go, all night long.
Now I'm just picturing that scene from Queen of the Damned when he climbs up. Ooh,
yeah.
I've never seen Queen of the Damned.
It's a good movie, but it does not follow the book and totally messes things up because the vampires she talks about don't get killed off in the books like they do in the movie.
Oh, okay.
And they completely did Pandora dirty as all get out. I will admit, I liked it because I had a lot of trouble with Queen of the Damned specifically because all the multiple POVs, it just lost me.
That was Panther.
I know some of these characters, and y'all, that is not what they were like.
And see, that's the thing, right? Is
Marius was not Lestat's sire. Like that, there's a whole thing. It was Magnus.
See, if they do those, they'll have to redo it again, which is a shame because, and I don't know if I'll say her name right, Alia died just before that movie was released.
Yep.
And yet her family agreed to have it released in her memory and her honor. So, I mean, from that point, it makes it a memorable film. But as far as doing the Vampire Diaries, now, Kat, were you saying there's a TV series?
Yeah. By L.J. Smith, the one who did the Nightwell books.
And there is a series about the vampires, like Lestat and them, or
it's called the Vampire Diaries. There's a whole book series that was then turned into a TV series that just stayed so far away from the books.
Oh yeah, but that's different.
They do that on a lot of there is an Anne Rice one. There is Interview with the Vampires.
That's it.
Oh right,
they did make that. It's on Netflix now. It's an AMC series, weirdly enough. But Netflix got the rights for it. They have that and the Mayfair Witches are also on Netflix. Gotcha. I have not watched either of them yet. And then there's True Blood, which also is nothing like the books. Like the characters that were supposed to die lived multiple seasons. Some of them didn't exist. They made up characters for that.
I loved
y'all couldn't make one episode true to the book. Like you were like making up characters from episode 1.
You know what baffles me though? Why is she called Suki?
Because it's backwoods Alabama.
Blood. I've never. Are people in Alabama called Suki?
Possibly. I'm Southern. That doesn't mean I've been to all the states. And
Oh, sorry. I just assumed you had.
It's like when
I've driven through them to get to other places.
Fair.
It's like when someone knows you're from Ontario. Hey, do you know so-and-so? Hey, do you know it takes about 15 hours to get from the south to the north of the province and about 8 hours across? I don't think so, but you know.
Your countries are like smaller than some of our states, Noah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just assumed you've been everywhere.
You can technically drive from the furthest
I've
point
been
in the
to
UK.
like
I
12.
just love that
maybe.
Americans can go on holiday in America because it's so big.
I mean, we can go on
Yeah, but
holiday
you
in
still
the
have to have
UK.
money to travel and the time off.
Wales.
Ven,
You don't
get the
get
children in order. They're chatting over you.
It's all right.
Now you got me trying to think of which all places I have been to.
Okay, Ven, jump in now. She's thinking.
Yeah, quick, this is your moment.
Now it's gone.
Oh.
It's gone. Yeah, no, you can go on holiday in the same country in the UK, Noah. Come on.
Yeah, but it's not
If
the
you go to
same as
Wales,
going.
That's a different country.
That doesn't count.
Why not?
Because
you-
when they go
are
on
you-
holiday in
are
America,
you-
they get to get planes and they are on the planes for hours. Or it's like an actual car journey and it's like, we're somewhere cold, all we have to do is like fucking travel up north for however long. And it's like, summer, desert, cactus. We can't do that. It's either cold summer in Wales where it's still
You
like
do
grey,
realise
but you get
it's-
sunburnt.
You realize it's noticeably warmer the further south of the UK you go, right?
Do you know I've never gone south?
Well, enough about your dating life.
What dating life?
Hey, I've been to Bexhill on Sea. Have you ever been there?
What's the back sill?
I've not been
Not
there.
Bexhill. Bexhill on
Bexhill on
Sea.
Sea.
What? I don't know what that
It's
is.
on the south coast.
I've
Yes,
never
it
been
is.
south.
I
Yeah.
turned 16 there. No, I didn't. I turned 17
She
there. I
lied.
was 16 when I got there.
Honestly, no, go to Devon or Cornwall. It's like a different. Well, I mean, they think it's a different country anyway. But it's
Are they all
gorgeous.
farmers?
No,
Oh,
it's nice.
take me there.
You can go surf.
It's
No, you
beautiful
can go
down there.
surfing. You can go
Can you-
surfing. and
Imagine
not
me
freeze.
surfing and drowning. Okay.
I currently am doing.
He'd be out in the sun, Ven.
I mean, that's true.
Trying to
Burning
murder
and-
your little chaos gremlin.
I just want to go back to York.
No, we're going to Edinburgh.
like
We're
York.
going to
Are we
York
going to-
anyway, hopefully. We were
Okay.
discussing this earlier today. We're going to try and arrange a booktube and meet up. We're going to try and
Yes.
arrange it for York.
Okay.
Oh, that would be nice.
So
We
nice
can't
haunted city. So we can take some nice videos for Elaine of all the haunted tours and stuff.
Yep.
Ooh, that would be cool.
So
I have a picture of where Anne Boleyn lost her head.
I can't think where that was off the
I've-
top of my head.
There's a place in York
I was
where
in England when I was 16. My stepmother decided to go see her family, so my stepmother, dad, and I went to England. And so I was 16. We went at Christmas time. My birthday's in January, so I turned 17 over there. Anyhow, so we were touring in London, and of course, you had to go to the Tower of London, and all these people are oohing and on about the crown jewels, and can I take a picture of this, picture of that? And I'm like, screw that. Where'd Anne lose her head? I got a picture.
It says it all,
I
but
love
I
you.
have not been to the Tower of London, even though I live in the UK.
Same.
I've been to the Tower of London, almost killed myself getting a picture of Westminster Abbey.
Sounds
Because,
about right.
yeah, well, because where we were, it was, you've got this big wall thing, and then the road's down below it, right? And you're standing, it's like a sidewalk, and this is like old school Kodak films pre-click, click
I miss
telephone.
Kodaks.
And so I'm trying to get it in the picture because, of course, I want a nice shot of the tower. And I'm leaning back, and thank God my step cousin grabbed my ankles, or I'd have been over into the road. But it's a damn good picture, I gotta tell you.
We don't do full-size fences over here. If you fall over it, it's your own fault.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sue us.
But yeah,
climbed over.
Those were my exciting moments. Okay, what are we behind on? Did any of you like the Interview with the Vampire? I haven't seen the TV series, and I don't have Netflix.
I've not watched any of them, including the films.
Okay, why'd they make Claudia an adult? What now?
Is that the child?
Yeah.
She can't be an adult.
Her whole thing is that she's a kid.
Yeah, and the mental fucking strain of it on her and everything like that. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, that had to be but look, in the Mayfair Witches, they actually tried. I've only seen 2 episodes when it was on Prime. I don't know if it's still there. But they actually had Deidre meet Rowan, which does not happen in the book at all. Deidre dies before Rowan goes to, is it New Orleans, I think? And Michael Curry, there's a much bigger part to him in the beginning of the Mayfair Witches, and he's not even mentioned in the first 2 episodes of the TV thing. So I'm like, where is this going to go? But Noah, you were mentioning the Vampire Diaries. I think I read 4 of those books. And again, TV series completely different.
Yeah, and it annoyed me.
Yeah. You should try it. Okay, we're behind. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe that's the skateboarding, was it? Beautiful places to visit. I agree. There were.
I don't do brollies.
Lovely.
You don't do coats. You're worse than me.
I don't like coats.
Devon's gorgeous. Cornwall's gorgeous. Bristol's not Bristol.
Which is the one with the white cliffs? Dover.
Not been there yet either. Actually, yeah, Dover. That's on the southeast side.
I think we may have been there because I know I've got a picture and it was specifically these white cliffs. So we may have gone to Dover because we were around Bexhill and up in London for a bit were the main 2 places that we were at. York is beautiful.
I've been to York before.
I have
somebody's shoulders. Oh, take care, Gavin. Glad you could join.
You get off there.
Oh. No. Look at the kitty. What are you yelling at me for?
She's like, excuse me, human? Who do you think you're talking to? Being sneaky.
I think Panther came down to get Tiki because 5 o'clock's their dinner, so Dad must be feeding them upstairs. Panther's like, come on.
All your animals are very destructive, Noah.
Hey, so Noah, what's with this shower deal, dude? You just forget to turn it off and forget?
No. It was today at around 6 a.m. It just turned on, and I woke up to the shower being on.
I thought you got your place cleansed.
I did. I need to do it more, apparently. And
then get some sage and get your mind out of the gutter.
I do.
And
then it turned on I went in, turned it off by the power switch as well, so the power was definitely off from it. And no, both flicks back on again.
Someone explain ASMR.
Yeah, and there's me in the background going, "Hallelujah, it's raining, man. Amen." No one needs that.
Oh God, Jenny.
Careful how you answer this.
You wished I did.
Don't be a violet.
I mean, you're the one that talked about plowing earlier, and look what we've done to little Noah now.
See, we don't even need to annotate books. We just, boom chicka wawa.
He does like Zayden as well, just on a side point.
Just
I like
remember,
many people, boys and girls.
just remember, hun, we love you. And if you watched one of my videos, I can't do a heart with my hands. Actually, I think, Kat, you were doing that in one of your videos. I'm like, because I thought I'd be, yeah, I know. I thought I'd be so smart in my video, and I'm like, I can't do one.
Yeah, like, that didn't work very well.
Do it
I can't
differently
do
now,
it.
though. The younger
See,
generation do it differently.
No,
It's okay.
it
That's
doesn't-
not my thing anyway.
no, that doesn't look like a heart. But you know, my defense, I can do the Vulcan.
Yeah.
Don't have to work at it. I
Well, Koreans do the whole
do
like,
this.
which
So I can't make a heart, but I make a good Vulcan.
Can you do that? That's what Koreans do. That's a heart.
Do what?
This. Koreans do this.
That meant to be.
It's a heart. It's a heart. That's what Koreans do. Close enough,
Yeah.
Elaine. I love you.
Like this? This? What am I doing? This?
That first one just looked kind of dirty. Like just over here making things.
Oh, forget it. Hi, Tiki. Have you finished dinner? Noah's picking on me.
Lies and slender, I hope you know. I'm very loving and caring, and I'm not picking on you, so.
Says he in a snarky voice.
Yep.
I wasn't snarky.
And
I
you claim that
wasn't
you're the
loving
good
your
one.
tone.
I am. What?
Look,
What
he's
in the
gonna
butt?
make me cry.
No.
No, not really. It's my
Oh,
allergy.
thank God.
Poor.
I felt really bad then. I thought you were actually crying.
It gave him a heart attack. Oh,
I don't like that.
See, I'm all congested. My little eyes are running.
You can't just come out.
Invite people on your live stream. They make you cry. It's not right.
No.
And then the kitties come check up on you to see what that mean chaos gremlin did to you.
She did, but now
Lovely.
she's taking out. Oh, she's playing with the carpet, so now she doesn't care. Soothing sounds like rainfall. Oh, there we go.
I don't think I'm the youngest here. Am I the youngest?
Well, I know
Yeah.
I'm sure as hell not.
Wait, how old are you, Kat?
You never asked a
37.
lady your age.
You're how old?
37.
You're the
I
baby.
am the youngest.
How old are you, puppy?
Don't
Who's
call
puppy?
him that.
Who's
You'll
pu-
set him off.
I don't know.
Everything sets him off, to be
No,
fair.
but don't. Honestly, puppy and kitten are two things you never call him.
Okay, we won. How old are you?
I'm
you feel better?
34.
How much?
34.
34.
Yeah.
Then you're not 34.
No, I'm
No,
42.
he looks it.
I'm 42 next week.
Yeah, he's old.
Ooh, see? And I'm 61, so I'm almost like two of you together.
Bow chicka wow.
But which two?
Oh, we're not
Which
going
two?
down that road.
Really making it. Oh my gosh.
Which I have to go back then to view your video when you were going on about about you being old and over the
He tells
hill
me I'm old all the time. That's
and
what it
over
is.
the hill.
Yeah, but that person that commented what Rex put in. About it.
Yeah.
Because I said, you know, if you're over the hill, what am I, halfway to town? And then I have to go get, because he had an amazing comeback for that.
Yeah. Yeah,
About
it
being
was,
at the town center, over the hill and at the town center.
Yeah.
It's like, you little puppies always complaining you're so old. Except
then
for
you work with
Noah.
folks who
Noah's
can't
not
do
a
it.
puppy. Because puppies don't have horns.
Unless they're hellhounds.
No, I don't think they have horns then either.
No.
But we're not quite getting into Noah and his horns because this is
I don't have
friendly
horns.
show.
We'll
This
then end
is-
up talking about some of his reading habits. And
No,
we
we've
don't wanna
not.
go there.
No, we've
Like-
not.
But, right. Why do you like minotaurs, Noah? What
I
was
don't
your
like
exact
mi-
wording?
I don't like minotaurs.
What was your exact wording, Noah?
I don't like them.
Ben does
though.
mean child or baby. I actually knew that.
I didn't. I'm
Open up
innocent
my
and don't know
eggnog.
things.
Tiki. Oh, come on, Noah. I even knew that one.
What? Well, you know, I'm the youngest here, so I'm like, let me give me a bit of leeway.
Yeah, so if you're the youngest, how come you read the smuttiest books?
Yeah.
That's not true.
Would you like me to
That is
listen?
not true. Do you want me to list
That
yours?
doesn't
You
read
list mine.
smutty books.
I'll list mine.
Ven,
I
I'm
don't mind
not
listening
sure
to
what
it.
he reads sometimes.
My parents don't even know what I read.
Do they not
Well,
know
the
you have
world-
a channel?
Yeah, you
Actually,
do
my-
YouTube channels, dude, and
I
share
know
what
my
you
mum
read.
follows me on
so-
it. Oh, I can't do more like Naughty November or anything now. No,
Tough.
Naughty
It's already been
November.
planned. We've already planned it for next year.
no, we haven't. You have.
Yeah.
I haven't.
I planned it on your behalf.
You have
See,
a
this is what
Naughty
happens, and then
November.
I get told off.
Yeah. Saucy
He
September.
plans
sorted.
things, then I get told off.
I don't tell you off.
You said it in front of your children, right? They were there. Well, Summer was there, and Summer will back me up on this.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But she'll also agree that you should do it anyway because
That's also true.
and as judging by what she's reading right now,
Who?
that Summer.
Yeah.
What is she reading?
She's
Powerless.
reading a romantasy. I don't think it's as bad as good as.
It's
as,
not. I flipped through.
Have you?
Yeah.
Book 2 is.
No,
But
I
never
flipped through
mind.
that.
But yeah, she said, I want to read this book. No.
Oh yeah, she wants to read Haunting of Adeline. No.
No.
Haven't read that one.
She wants to read Mafia Romance now,
Mafia
though.
romance.
She wants Mafia Romance.
And she's been told no.
Well, I can find some
Mafia
safe
romance.
ones for her. Jenny knows people. Jenny in chat, not JJ, but Jenny. You know Mafia Romance. You can give us some things for summer.
Somehow I don't see those two topics going
No.
together.
But there's a lot of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Romance is all about, hey, hook up with this really, really bad one seems to be like the thing of how abusive.
Then it's like-
he means you.
Yeah,
You, Jenny. Yeah. Because you've told me about Mafia Romance, and there's a TikTok person you like on there who does like certain books and stuff. I thought maybe because you follow this person, you've read read stuff and could tell.
Taking recommendations off TikTok does not go well.
No, but this is Jenny doing it though, so it's not me. But you pointed some out to me, Jenny.
Jenny says she does not know what you speak of, Noah.
I believe Jenny as a
Excuse
character
you.
witness who's known her for many years. I believe Jenny. Mainly because she has childhood pictures of me available right now.
See, look that comment there. Oh, I thought you did read stuff by her because
Send
you were
them
like
to us.
obsessing. So look, she look, see.
CC
Right.
what?
You said she'd read it.
I thought she did. I thought she read some of the books.
Ooh, I haven't
Slander.
read anything by her.
But I only know about her because of Jenny.
But I know who you're on about.
See?
I only know of stuff like this because of Noah making me read The Beast, which was only slightly worse than Akatar, even though it's the same story. Pretty much. 'Cause both Beauty and the Beast retellings, kind of ish. I hate you for that, by the
And
way.
see, now we're back to Akatar. So then I actually have to thank you for Akatar.
I am glad you enjoyed it.
I did actually. It was a good read.
I don't think it's worth
impressed.
I don't think it's worth the hype, but it was a good
God,
read.
no.
Yeah, let's see. I didn't find it that bad. And with Farah, yeah, she just, I don't know. There's stuff there. She's definitely not going to be my favorite character. I'll have to see with book 2 because this Amarantha. See, here's the other issue I have. So you have all these. What are they called? High Kings? Is that what?
Yeah.
What is Tamlin in them? High Kings,
High King or High
High
Lord.
King of the Summer Court.
Okay, so how did all these dudes get done in by one chick?
I have a question though.
Do not post them in Discord.
Yes,
I know
do
where
post them
you
in
live.
Discord. Yes.
That is a threat.
Listen. My thing is, we've
Things
got
are getting
3 that are
nasty.
part of like the summer, winter, and autumn court, but then we've got night and
Yeah, day and dawn
yeah.
and
So, but why did that go in there? Because that's not part of like seasons.
I mean, just to
yeah,
be
but
clear,
how did Amarantha?
that's the world map.
Yeah,
Thought did not go into this world. Just based on that.
but again,
I don't like her writing. That's what it is.
how did Amarantha do in all these dudes so that they're stuck under the mountain or whatever it is in her control for like, okay, Tamlin and his group have those masks on for 50 years. But how long was Rysand with Amarantha? 500 years?
Something like that. It was a long time.
Like it was a long frickin' time.
There was a party that was planned. That's why most of them had masks on.
Well, that was
And then that's how
trick
everything.
Tamlin.
Yeah.
But
She did sing to the
Rysand was
others.
with her long before that. How did she get all these other high lords under the mountain?
She took their powers somehow. I can't remember. She did the same sort of thing. She did something kind of along the same lines as what she did to Tampon.
Tiki. My little kitty's doing crafts. I may have to go shortly.
I'll be honest, I agree with what Jenny's just put. Now, I will say, I read what's it called? Throne of Glass first, which I'd heard really, really good things about.
Julie.
See you later. And it was, I think her writing style is dull. I think her writing style is dull and boring. I don't like Feyre. That didn't help.
Yeah.
And the way I envisage the way the Fae are, they're capricious by nature. So if they get jilted, they just go off and do something else. And they were too human. Rysand initially was great until it got towards the end, and suddenly it was like, "Oh, woe is me," and all I'm enslaved, and it became more normal. And it's like, if this story wasn't told as a Fae story, but some other magical thing, I would have probably liked it more. But I've read it. Bless.
Little Monkey is exploring
Yes.
the craft center.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
my issue with Throne of Glass is the character is an example of very smart, very smart, very smart. We're told how smart she is until the plot needs her to be stupid.
Yeah,
but it's not her fault she was illiterate.
That's Tiki.
Throne of Glass.
Oh.
Oh.
I read the first book many, many years ago. I've not read it since. I own the first book now because I want to reread them. But I know that I enjoyed it, but I was very young then.
Yeah.
See,
YA, to be fair. Throne of Glass is YA, so it's aimed at a slightly younger audience. So.
Yeah, see, and that would, and I mean, that's why, because I did get Janie's point of don't read it as a romance. Because, I mean, there is that, hang on, thing between Tamlin and Feyre, but it isn't the overriding part of the book.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not really boom chicka wah scenes. It's all the, oh, I'm interested or what have you, but there's not really any horizontal mambo scenes in it. Yeah. It's more the what else is going on with the Fae and the land. And I think that's why I preferred it more, because unlike Fourth Wing, Court of Thrones was more about the land and what's going on versus the two characters, whereas Fourth Wing was more Violet, Xaden, and Dane, and not so much of the world building. Speaking of world building, what's up here, Mom?
Bless.
The little side. We have the live stream and the side show. You don't know how to use a singing bowl, girlfriend. She is just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Hey, kid.
I've heard that for many years.
Thankfully, mine haven't figured out how to get on the tops. I'd be in trouble if they could climb my shelves.
Well, see, Tiki's the compact model, so she can definitely hop. So she's a little character for sure. Jenny, I remember reading about 3 books of Throne of Glass. Speaking of glass, a few years ago, think it went back, struggled to read them. What you doing, Teeks? Don't knock off the Egyptian book. Good girl. People wanted a fantasy in Throne of Glass, got blindsided by the whole thing being a romance. And again, that's it with what you go into a book expecting. So maybe that was also part of it for me with Fourth Wing, is all the hype was about the dragons, right? The dragon riders, the dragons.
Yeah.
I wanted to know more about the dragons. And yet it was more about Violet and all the people and them killing each other until we finally get to the dragons. And part of it I found too, like that whole walk back and forth with all these dingleberries, is how did so many of them get to the end of the walk without getting fried? Because they weren't nice people. Like, how did Jack survive that walk? I mean, I get there's douche dragons, but
it is explained.
To read the other book, it's explained a lot.
It is explained, but I've not actually discussed this with Noah yet. I have a theory for why it is the way it is as well. So I've got like my own headcanon. I'll be interested to see if it plays out. So
if she had just castrated him in the beginning, it wouldn't have been a problem. I mean, I know it's a freaking plot device, but still, it's a stupid plot device. She could have. If you're gonna put the dagger there, then you better freaking use it.
Yeah,
that's true. You don't tease about. I could do it with the. Just do it.
Stupid. But that's it, and and again, like we say, that when you come to a book, you come at it from your own expectations. Sometimes what you've heard from other people. See, I typically don't read reviews before I read a book. Same as I don't read reviews about movies, because critics and that will absolutely hate a movie. I'll absolutely love it. So to me, books are the same as if you read too many reviews beforehand, then that's already swayed your impression going in. Yeah. I think I didn't mind ACOTAR so much, even though I know there's a lot of people who hated it, but it wasn't a heavy-duty, complex read. There was some world building, but you didn't need to make notes to figure things out. As everyone's on their computer screen. I feel like I'm sitting at a table with everyone with their cell phone.
No.
So the reviews. So I wind Noah up with this quite often. So
you wind Noah up with everything.
No, but this is so I don't read reviews. I'll look at a star rating and I'll look at how it distributes. If you ever read a review, I'll read a middly review. I'll never read the best. I'll never read the worst. But when I go in a bookshop, I'll read the first page in the bookshop.
Oh, this annoys me.
And a random page in the middle to see.
So he ruins the ending and then decides he's like, "Yeah, okay."
You read the last page.
He does, and it annoys me so much.
I don't care about the ending of a book. I don't care about spoilers because it's the journey for me of the characters. Because I've said, I may have said this.
Didn't Paulo say something about a journey?
Yes.
Paulo.
Yes, I hated that journey. I hated that journey because it was framed through religion, which I have been very clear about. Also, you've got a better version of the book that has maps in and stuff.
Yes, I do.
That might actually make me like the book more. But I very rarely care about the story in a book as long as it makes sense. It's the characters and the world building that make it for me more often, which is a weird thing to say because most stories have already been told. You've already read them. So it's the individual moments that make it more interesting. I didn't hate
AJ, you
Violet and
disappointed me.
Xaden in book 1. I didn't like them in book 2.
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah, I didn't like Feyre at all. Like from the I
start.
actually, when we were talking earlier, I pulled it down to look at the actual description of the wolf.
Oh yeah,
early
yeah.
on, and the wolf was as big as a pony.
Yeah.
That key line there, it's like that is not a wolf. You know that's a fae. You know it's a fae.
Her stomach
You
had
know
the
you shouldn't.
rumblies.
You know you shouldn't shoot it. You know bad thing will happen. You shot it. You're an idiot. Not a hunter. You're an idiot. And that moment actually made me put the book down when I first started reading it. I actually DNF'd it on that page and then came back to it a month later.
But to be fair, she wanted the deer. It
She
wasn't just her and the wolf. It was the difference between kill the wolf, get the deer, have food for the family, or book it and go hungry when you know there's 3 useless people sitting at home not earning anything. So it wasn't just her being a dingle killing a wolf she knew was a fae. I know I have all kinds of words I throw in.
I'm like, what insult is she going to use now?
My overriding issue is the fact that she acknowledges that it's a fae in the text. And she acknowledges what the price is of killing a fae. It's actually laid out. Kill fae, bad, this will happen. Oh, well, it's a
stomach
fae, I'll kill
hurts.
it.
Want to eat.
Which, if there wasn't any preamble with what the cost of killing a fae would have been, I'd have been fine. But that irritated me.
Yeah.
And she irritated me early on, and then I didn't like Tamlin, which didn't help. Like Lucian. I do like Lucian.
Lucian was actually a good character.
Yeah, and his backstory was really interesting. And there is things in the book that I do like.
Yeah.
The idea of humans thinking that you can only kill fae, or fae do this, this, and this, and them going, well, how do you know we didn't just let you think that? It's a really smart idea. It's a cheat, but it's a really smart idea. But just the further into the book I got, the more irritable I got with it. Like there's so many things that could have been pulled from that would have made it feel weighty and feel dramatic rather than theatre school dramatic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that was where but then again, I am not the target audience for this book, like very, very strongly, which I did say in my review. I'm not the target audience for this. My first time reading Sarah J. Maas, I didn't get it because it was just a boring writing style, and I will stand by that. And I actually saw someone say that Sarah J. Maas is for character writing what Robert Jordan is for world building. And I think that is a massive insult to Robert Jordan because of Robert Jordan's world building. And there's that sort of thing. It's like, but she doesn't build worlds particularly deeply or well. And her characters are plot devices.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. That's where my issue came in. But, that's just me.
And that ties in with the plot devices. Jenny's saying the problem with Maas and Yarrows, they seem to think they need to write the second love interest as a dick to reinforce which one you're meant to like, and neither are subtle.
That's a romance thing in general at the moment. So
maybe that's why I don't like romance much.
Yeah, so I listened to Witchy did a very good review on it, which I will say, of Ice Planet Barbarians, which is a erotica.
Saw that, yeah.
And we were both reading it about the same time, so we're talking in Discord, and she put a comment in, and we were both like, we both think the same thing, but because the book is so popular, it's like we thought that we were misreading it, but it's like you're starting with essay, and then you're showing the romance character also perform essay, but not quite as bad, so it's acceptable. And that's in part one of the book. And it's like, if you ignored that bit and just had but a normal start and then the rest of the book, it would have been overall fine with a couple of slightly problematic things, but nothing particularly bad. But it's like, no, you've got these women being taken as slaves, and then we all know the history of what the slave trade did to anybody who was in the slave trade. We have that happen on page, and then she gets saved by somebody who thinks it's fine, she's asleep, I can do what I want, and they're the good guy.
Yeah, you have to watch the review, Kat. I watched Witchies, and there's some. It's not just it's not a boom chicka wah wah. I mean, you've got the picture and the semi premise, but there's like a lot of nasty, degrading stuff about women. That's in
part 1.
Yeah. I am unfortunately going to have to bugger off. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Well, thank you for letting me join in and talk and have all the laughs and stuff.
I will see you.
It's been wonderful. I'm glad you could join us.
What time
good to see you again.
9:30.
9:30. I shall see thee at 9:30 in the morning then.
I will see you at 9:30. Right.
You later,
thank you again. Much love.
Good luck on your first day back tomorrow. Good thoughts.
Thank you.
I might even be nice to you.
Take care, Noah.
Bye.
It was so nice that he could come and join us for a bit. And
he waddled around yesterday to my house and got jumped on by the kids. So, literally, I should add. So, I think he might still be a bit sore from that.
At least he got out and about. So,
was that before or after you sugared the kids?
Oh, no, it was after. They'd had the Christmas dinner, and I'd said to them, you can eat as many sweets as you want, just don't be sick.
Yeah.
And, my daughter had a bottle of Prosecco by that point, because it's at home, so you're fine. So she couldn't speak.
The bottle?
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's England.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do remember Christmas England, lots of booze. First time I ever tried Cointreau.
Yeah. I've got
Yummy
Cointreau downstairs. Actually, amongst other things. So, yeah. Bless him. He's a good egg, really.
So Jenny's saying she doesn't like spoilers either, rather go in blind, see what happens. I do with most. Like, I do enjoy hearing the comments from booktubers. Excuse me, partly because they don't go in total depth. Like, there's rarely spoilers, or if there are, people will say it, so I don't watch those reviews.
Yeah.
But like Kat, yours always crack me up because you're animated and interested, and you let me know, is it interesting? Isn't it? Is it a kind of read? And Ven, you do the same. Is you don't really give spoilers, or if you're going to, you mention them. So
I tend to try and avoid them as much as I can. It can get quite hard. It's why I've not done a review for a while. Because I'm finding it harder and harder to not spoil things, and it's like,
especially if you're like talking about the sequel, like there's no way to not spoil some stuff because you couldn't be on the second book explaining this without, hey, some stuff happened.
Yeah.
That's why I put the timestamps in as well now for my videos. But
that's for the editing thing.
Yeah, it's actually not. Noah taught me a trick to do it. So I do it all in the description box. You can put your timestamp straight into your description box where you type.
So, there you go. See, I don't do the timestamps. I just figure people use their little mouse or whatever to scroll over till whenever. Because I basically do just very little in videos. Like, I'm either talking 1 or 2 books, or it's a book haul, so it's easy to kind of swipe through and figure out, but that's what I was going to mention, and then we got sidetracked. And this video for where to find things in analytics, it depends on what you're looking on.
Yeah.
Because
I've discovered this.
Yeah. Well, and Kat also was mentioning to find when people give responses, but it doesn't automatically show up in community. But Kat, I think, was it on your phone or your laptop?
My phone, like it'll have the filters going, hey, I respond instead of like I would just click it off.
Yep.
like, and all right, there's an even or odd number, there's something there, but instead of clicking, if you actually like click in that little area, it'll be like, oh, so do you want to filter it by, responded or whatever? And it'll give you that option.
See, and it doesn't do that for me on the laptop because I tried that.
If I click on it instead of Xing it, it'll give me the option. I just found out the other week.
Yeah, which is great. I don't tend to do things on my phone, but when we were talking, Matthew was there too. So it had to be at your reading sprint about to find out over your whole lifetime of the channel how many subs you've lost in that. So I was on my iMac yesterday because I knew where I'd gone and I'm trying to put together this idea for the video. But it doesn't show the same things as when I click that on my Microsoft laptop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why are they not the same? But here's a video I have coming up in January because I know I'll hit it and because I do everything back asswards to everybody else. I only have 2 more people to unsub from my channel, and I'll have hit 150 unsubs for the life of my channel. So I'm making a thank you 150 unsub video.
I still don't know how to get that to show up. Like, I'll see the dips, but being able to click them through, 3 years of stuff.
Well, you've got your laptop, right, Kat?
And I know they show different because that's the only way I was able to unblock you was the settings on the laptop.
So the way I found it out was go into Studio on your laptop. You have Microsoft?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not Mac. So it'll work the same for you. Go into Studio and then your analytics. And then up in the top right-hand corner, it will show I've unsubbed, then resumed. Wonder if that helps. Jenny, you are the best. But so in the top right-hand corner, it'll show you like 7 days, 28 days, and you can click there and it gives you the option of lifetime. So the lifetime of your whole channel, if that's like, you can look at it for any of them. But so if you pick lifetime, and then along the top, it should have subscription status and then subscription source. Hit subscription status. And then down at the bottom of that screen, it should show you how many subs you've gained, lost, and a total.
I've lost 91.
That's
10 of which were last week.
No,
that's not in the last week.
10 was last week. 10 was last week. 91 is my total. So there we go.
See, that's not bad.
So
you're doing better than me. I'm up to almost 150 in 2.5 years.
You've got more subscribers than me.
Yeah, but I know how to.
Everybody ran away from me.
I think it'll be hilarious to do a thank you unsubscriber video.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen anyone do it.
You know what? I bet it gets a load of hits. Like,
I don't
genuinely. I think people will see like they'll see the thank you unsubscribers and they'll go, oh, drama, and come and watch for like 20
Yeah,
seconds.
what the hell is this? She's saying thank you for getting lost so I could fine-tune my community and videos.
Yep.
This chick is cracked. Maybe I'll have my wine bottle with me and I'll ratchet up a notch like Rachel. I can't get my husband to sit with me because that ain't gonna happen, but maybe Tiki will come and feel sorry for me and we can get a whole bunch of because overall, like Kat, I know you've said sometimes you've had 20 some odd viewers, and I think subs. I think the most I've had is maybe 20, and that's when like Pat or someone has given me a big shout out or something. But other than that, I rarely get more than 2 or 3 at a time, which is fine by me because, again, it's mainly people who are sticking around and liking the content. So I'm good with that.
You rather have people around that are watching it, to be fair.
Well, at least I'm not troll worthy, so I'm happy with that because that was frustrating not being able to comment on Kat's videos. I'm like, damn it. Little man's so cute. Oh, I wanted to say something about that outfit.
Yeah. And then they wouldn't freaking, nobody would help me fix it. It's like, oh, go to this person. It's our fault, but go to you buttheads. Or, hey, this shouldn't have been able to happen according to what we told you. You're saying it happened anyway. It's clearly...
I've seen that. I think it was on Noah's. Once. The exact same thing. So when it was happening on yours, I saw it straight away, and I went, because I'm a mod in Noah's, I went over to block straight away so it disappeared, and then realized, oh no, that just blocked it for me, nobody else. Oh no. It's like, and then obviously you started to try and fix it, and then sent Elaine into orbit.
She got rid of me.
Like the naughty corner.
I've been in the naughty corner a lot of times. I think I spent most of kindergarten there. Well, it sucked because, and it wasn't fair because when I started, well, I could speak English, but it's not my first language. Unfortunately for me, it was true for my kindergarten teacher as well. So when kids would piss me off, I knew not to tell them stuff in English, but my teacher understood what I told them in Hungarian, and I still got stuck in the corner. So I may as well have just told them in English. It's like, shit. This is so unfair. If it had been another teacher, I'd have been fine. They wouldn't have known I just called them a little horse part. Good times.
Use that tomorrow when I go to work.
Well, there's a reason my handwriting is immaculate.
Oh,
because I spent a lot of time in at recess, and back then you had to write lines. So I have beautiful handwriting.
I have doctor's handwriting, I've been told.
Rude. I would have, but you know. Oh well. It'll show me how many I've got, but it won't show me the unsubbed buttheads. Oh well.
Well, if you play around, and because see, I still can't. Well, maybe I'll check it on my phone and see, because I tried that on my laptop to find for the replies, because it frustrates me thinking I'm missing a reply, and I'm not always on something all day to, you know, if I get the notification on my phone, I'll read it. But then I like to do my answers either on my laptop or the iMac. You have the full keyboard. And then I'm like, well, crap, what if I've missed it? So then you're like scrolling down your notifications, hoping.
YouTube is not always right at notifications. I have had it remove mentions. Bad commented on one of my videos, probably yesterday, I think it was. And she actually messaged me to say, I left this comment and it's deleted it straight away. And it's like, well, what did you put?
You know, we've had that happen too, and see if it shows up again.
Yeah, it never showed up. That's I never even saw anything. So I only knew that
but give it at least a day.
Yeah, see if it drops back in.
Because that happened with Janie on one of my videos, and thankfully I've got Janie's email. So I'm just like, hey, did you decide to delete this for some reason? And she's like, no, because I did manage to see it in my notifications, and then it showed up again the next day. So I think you think of all the comments and traffic, and you know, as we've been talking, people are uploading videos and deleting videos, and I mean, it to be honest, it's amazing they don't have more boondoggles than they do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've had that happen too, as someone has left a comment and then it just hasn't shown up.
And then I've also had YouTube relatively recently, when it was changing to the community tab or whatever they're calling it now.
Yeah.
That decided to delete a load of my historic mentions that I had. Because I quite often I'll use them. I normally write stuff down, or I have a WordPad document, but sometimes I just don't have chance because I'm not at home. So sometimes I'll go in and go back to go, right, who's tagged me in this tag video?
Right.
And I know someone has, and it's like I went back and there was like it had like a few up to this point, and then there was a massive gap where it just deleted all of them. That if I went into the individual videos, I could find the comments, and I still tagged in them, but YouTube deleted every notification of the tags for like a 3-month period, and it's like, no.
I really wish they wouldn't freaking do that. Like, so like I was trying to go back and like, all right, I'm gonna catch up with all these tags. I'm like, the mentions are deleted, and that's just stressing me out trying to find them again. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna start fresh from like here on because I've already got next week's already filmed and like 1 or 2 other ones. I'm like, I'm just gonna like go from there. Yeah, I'm just stressing myself out. Also with the comments. What's really obnoxious is like when you know there's a comment because it'll show up like, hey, your video has, 2 comments. I'm like, no, it has 0. I'm looking in the comments and nothing's showing. And apparently it's always Matthew. Because he's like every time if I have a comment that I don't have, it always ends up being his and it'll show up like 3 days later.
Oh no.
But that's the only person it does it to. It ghosts you and it deletes his comments.
I had a cracking one with a couple of videos about September last year where the videos, they deleted all the views off the video, but I still had all the likes and all the comments. So I literally had more likes and more comments than views, but it didn't delete the watch time.
Well, that's nice.
Thank goodness it didn't delete the watch time.
But then I've had other ones where it's done it the other way around. It's like, just stop pressing buttons, someone.
Well, that's why, like I say, I wonder too. And I laughed because, and I don't check the analytics often. Like if I'm uploading or something, I might click how many returning viewers, but I don't get deep into them. And the one time I was just kind of checking different things out and it was saying about viewers and it said 100% female, 0 men. And I'm like, well, I can think about 10 men who are going to be pissed off about that if I share it because they got comments on my video. So how the hell have I got 100% women? Like, I mean, there's bound to be screw ups because of all this stuff.
A lot of people will use VPNs and stuff, won't they? So they don't know where they are anyway, or all sorts of stuff, or they just don't put their details into Google.
Yeah.
Well, that's always a fun one.
Well, and that's the other part. And I mean, like I say, I don't really delve way too far into some of them because I mean, Kat, you and I said this when we first started chatting. That's just a short trip to Crazy Town, like trying to figure out what's going to be popular, what isn't. I mean, I see some of my tag videos, and I'm lucky if I get maybe 30 views. I see other people do the exact same tag video, use the same hashtags, and they're at 200-300 views. And again, it's no shade on any creator or anything like that. It's like, just you don't know what's going to work.
Well, Luna was talking about this the other day in the Discord because she's been doing Vlogmas, so she's been doing a vlog every day. So you'd think the numbers would be relatively consistent.
Yeah,
more or less. Well, she had 240 views on one day and 14 on the next one.
Jeez.
And she's just stood there going, I don't understand. And it's like, could it be the day? Could it be this? And looking and going, well, no, because that's one of the recommended upload days for YouTube anyway. So it's definitely not that. And it's like, you know what? YouTube doesn't know what it's doing. Let's just accept that.
Well, it's true. And Jenny's right.
On videos. But like my shorts, like I had 2 shorts that I uploaded of, Pearl the Squirrel. One of them got 500 views in an hour. The other one still only has 6 views 2 weeks later. Like, I don't understand.
No.
Like, and it's pretty much the same tags and everything. Like, it's on the same day, same day a week that I always upload these. Like,
Yeah.
So I know people like it because my favorite is like, hey, it's got 100% views. That means everyone hates it, so we're gonna quit showing it in the shorts feed. Like, and yet this one's like, all right, the first 20 people we showed it to hated it. We're gonna keep showing it to people until somebody finally watches it. Oh, we finally figured out who likes animal videos. Now it's
We won't show it to them now.
And, like, you never know. I'm like, what is it doing?
Yeah. Well, Jenny's right. Can't assume genders. And math ain't mathing. Well, and that's the same, like with the cat videos, which I think may be switching to Sunday, but we'll see. Because when I first put it up, I accidentally had it premiering on a Sunday. I thought I had it Saturday. Well, when that went up Sunday, and it's the same time because my videos are always 10 o'clock just because, they had 190 views. When I put them on Saturday, they had 25 views, and that was Lily coming indoors.
Yeah. Makes complete sense.
And like I've said, I think then when you and I were chatting, I said like Tiki's first year here, that video got 400 views. But yet all the others on every Friday, 10 o'clock,
yeah,
other than like Cedric's Memorial and a few of the others, barely get over 40, which is fine because I know the people who are watching love the kids, enjoy them. You know, that's kind of not the point. It just cracks me up how much the numbers can change so dramatically. It's like, where do the videos go? And I know they pump it out to different people all the time and try and figure out who would enjoy the video and that. But I mean, it really is a hop and a skip to Crazy Town trying to think you're going to figure it out because there are some awesome kick-ass channels out there, barely have 500 subs and the views. Then there's, like I say, this one who was drunk as a skunk flirting her way through Yakasar, and she's got like, I don't know how many 100,000 views. It's like, well, I guess a lot of people enjoyed watching her because I can't remember if it was double or triple digit 1,000 views, but I'm like, I don't want to do that.
It's like 28,000 views, I think, for one of them.
How many?
28,000, I think, was one of them. It was insane. It was as many reviews as subscribers. It was ridiculous.
I'm excited if I get like high double digits. Like if I get over 30, that's a really good video. Like I think I've got 2 videos that have made it into the triple digits. And like one of them, it was my the first garden tour that I did. I'm like,
oh, nice.
Oh, people love this. It got like 300 views. And then like the next one got like 18. The one after that got like 60. It is all over the place. I'm like, that one and what my review of Dean Koontz to Taking are the only ones that have like done really good. And the ones I'm like, I got 7 views. Woohoo. It makes no flipping sense. And the rant videos always do well.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
I want you to read more Richard Lehman just to make me happy, so I don't have to.
Jenny's.
No, I refuse to buy any, so I won't have any to read.
I'll send it you. It's fine.
T-Rex.
Yeah, Jenny's T-Rex. I mean, that video is like chips. You can't just watch it once. Like you gotta hit it 2-3 times. It's so cute. I loved watching that. But yeah, it's true. Like, well, with the yard videos, Kat, it's funny because the year before when I did them, mine were all getting between 50 to 100 views.
Nice.
This year,
respectable.
Yeah. This year, barely 50 or 60. Same thing. I guess they figured they seen my yard last year. What's the big hoo-ha this year? But
because it's different. It changes.
Yeah. But this year it wasn't that big. And I mean, even time of year, this time of year, definitely don't worry about the numbers. I mean, so many people are busy doing this, that, everything else, or watching, Christmas specials or different types of specials. And I think that was the big thing too, is I think a lot of people started during COVID. A lot of people were stuck indoors, so the numbers were up. Excuse me. And then as life sort of got back to whatever this new normal is, less and less views. But it's such a cycle of up, down, what's going to go. I hate to say DeSantis actually got me 400 plus views because the guy's a douche, but that was one of the other big videos that got popular. Hey, little man!
He just got his toothbrush, so he had to come check.
Now, do they have those little dental bones, Kat?
The dentist sticks, yep. They get a dentist stick. They're supposed to get it at 5. Franny starts yelling at like 3 o'clock. We'll see. Sometimes on the weekends, he will be a sucker and give her at like 3:45, 4 o'clock. So he's like, he was still smacking his lips. That's why I picked it up. I was like, oh, I was going to show y'all. And then he walked behind me. When he comes in, goes smacking his lips, going, I'm still chewing this. Hi, Mama. And then we got somebody else came to say hi.
Hey, Franny.
Are you going to walk away?
Hi, Franny. That's like
Panther
I don't
care about you, Mama. Like, what can I get?
I got Tiki here shunning me. She's looking in the other side of the room. She's done exploring and trying to give me heart attacks, getting into things.
Come on. She hopped up here the other day with me. Come on, you can get in my lap. Now she's just giving me face like, what are you talking about, Mama? What? Yeah, you taught your son that. Y'all both get by on your looks. Yes, but sometimes you're sweet.
Yeah, see, the kids won't like the new chair that's coming because it's a gaming chair, so they won't. Well, actually, Tiki will be able to get up and sit in my lap. Hey, Franny. So cute.
Go drink some water, big girl.
She just, chuffing.
Like yesterday, she's like, oh, she's my abusive big girl, but she can tell when you feel really bad. So usually, like, if she wants something, she yells at you, but she also punches you. Yeah. She's like, no, I'm just sweet. And she climbed up and was sharing my throw pillow with me.
Aww.
Like, you look pathetic. I'll snuggle you, Mama. It's the only time she hasn't punched me for food. He's like, well, if you can't get out of the 2 blankets, fine. I'll come cuddle.
It's cute.
Is it weird? Did I move the table somewhere else? Because normally I have it on the underside so you can see the door open and see who comes in.
Oh, right. Yeah.
This is a new arrangement. I have to check it out again.
I just realized we're over 3 hours.
Yep.
I didn't think I would make it 30. My throat's starting to dry out, but the coughing's dying down.
See, I guess the meds worked.
Yep.
Aside from when I almost died drinking water.
Well, that was my fault. My bad. I can't. Yeah. Sorry.
Hello, Bad.
Oh. So yeah, since it's 3 hours, I should. Well, and it's 6 o'clock. I should probably grab some dinner. I texted my hubby. Good thing I brought my phone down. Just grab dinner. I'll be up later. See, that's the other bonus to the new space because I'm downstairs now, so he's upstairs. That worked out so well.
Interesting that Bad mentions that because I am doing a video in January to do with that.
About the slump.
Yeah, about what was I going to call it? I can't remember what I was going to call it, but it's to do with booktube burnout. And like the insidious reasons that you don't realize are there with it, because there's a whole load of reasons. Because there's a lot of booktubers that don't booktube anymore because they've just fallen by the wayside for one reason or another.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's going to be my hopefully big one for next month. We'll see.
Well,
I
you did
haven't
an
planned next month.
Yeah, well, you did an excellent one on publishing, and I think it's excellent, like you say about the burnout, because there's so many things that come up.
Yeah.
And I know I've seen quite a few booktubers either talking about it in their videos, and not just booktubers, but other people as well.
And any sort of creative in any job, you see it everywhere.
Yeah.
So, but I think there's a lot of very, very subtle things that people don't really think about, because obviously the thing we talk about is how amazing the booktube community is, which it is.
Yep.
It genuinely is. There's still a slight unspoken pressure that that a lot of people feel to do with content or what you're reading and finding out how that works. And even if you don't care about A, B, and C consciously, there's always that little niggle somewhere that you'll safely ignore. But then when you've got all these little niggles, and it's like, I know I've spoken multiple times in the last year about not doing booktube anymore. Like, in fact, November, I was actually on the verge of stopping doing booktube, because I actually said to Snow, it's like, I'll hit my second birthday on booktube. That'll be my last video.
Aww.
And then I bounced back round again because, for whatever reason.
Because you're awesome.
I started making more videos in a month that I stopped reading. But there we go.
Because you would have missed all this chaos fun.
Oh, honestly. Oh, I'd still harass you all. You won't get rid of me totally. Come on, behave.
Well, see, and I mean, I get that too, Van. And as much as, I mean, I try and focus on that. Unsub is not a bad thing, because they're not the people you're trying to connect and speak with anyway, or producing content for. But it can still get frustrating, especially when you see others jumping by leaps and bounds. And then you're like, well, okay, what should I be doing? Or what do I need to change? Or, what am I doing? Should I be doing something different? And yeah, there's just a lot of things that come up, and especially if there's other stuff going on in your everyday life, then that's just one more thing knocking you down. And it's like, why am I doing this?
Is that your internet or mine? You keep cutting out here, Elaine.
See, sometimes you've cut out on me too, Kat. Ven stayed clear the whole time. So I'm not sure which of us it is. Right now, you're a little fuzzy. Ven, is Kat clear to you?
Nope, fuzzy.
So that's got to be your internet then, Kat. But we can hear you, thank goodness. So, see, the
Which can be a good thing or a bad thing.
The other joys with of technology. Thanks, Bad. Yeah, I try not to, and some days it gets hard, but then I keep reminding myself, people are coming back. The people who are enjoying the videos are enjoying the videos. I get lovely comments, lovely shout outs. Like, I really can't complain. Yeah, and I'm having fun doing it. Like, I love doing things like this where we can chat and connect about books, both on screen. Viewers are always engaged in the live streams. I love that. I love, as much as we joke like with Fourth Wing and Akatar, I love those conversations because we can have open, honest discussions and agree to disagree. And to me, that's
a rare
what
thing
I enjoy.
Nowadays. It's becoming a rare thing.
Exactly. But so I really appreciate that there is a group of us that can do that. And we don't have to all love the same books, or because we all read different things, watching each other's channels means we get exposed to different books that, Kat, some of your reviews, maybe I won't read all the books, but I've had a chance to experience that book a little bit because of what you've shared. And then same, like, I'm not reading the doorknob book, but it's been a good joke and running joke for ages now. So,
Not the nut butter book.
It's the most accurate way to describe that doorknob was slick. But there we go.
Well, I may have to break down and try the push and cushion sometime because I don't know how bizarre that will get, but
I think I've actually just ordered. Well, not just ordered. I think I have a Saucy book on pre-order. I'm not. In fact, no, I do have. I have at least one on pre-order because I've got book 3 for the Book from Blackbird series, which I loved book 1.
Jenny.
I didn't use anything. Hang on, that sounded even worse when I said that out loud. Hang on a minute.
I read one purposely smutty book, and it was freaking hilarious. It was by Gingerbread Ever After.
Oh!
It started off as a Hansel and Gretel retelling, and it was funny, and then the last half was just full on dirty.
Well,
the first half they just joked about it.
The first one I read.
I'm kind of curious about the sequel.
The first one I read was
Noah.
No, I can because he went, read this. It's really good according to Book Talk, and it was The Beast, and it was a Beauty and the Beast retelling, which used the word primal and seed in the same sentence several times.
Okay, but what about all the other books you've read since then, Ven?
So here we go. So there's the Chuck Tingle ones, which one of them was an agreement to read with Noah.
The name alone.
He got the worst one. He got the worst book. He got Bigfoot Pirates Haunt My Balls to read. And then he bought me Friday the 69th, which is also a Chuck Tingle. That was not good as well on a side point. There's Unhinged, which that's because of Book Hermit. They bullied me into that one. I read that after my buddy read with Bad as well of Dead Inside. So that was there was some tonal whiplash going on between those two books, I can tell you.
I don't know. The title of Dead Inside could work as a smut one too.
There's some stuff that happens in that book that's explicit. I cannot go and say it on air because it's really disturbing. Like properly disturbing. Some things should not be used in that way. You don't want to know. Like genuinely, you don't. It's rare for a scene to shock me. That shocked me. There's Butcher and Blackbird, which is a dark romance. That was fun. The follow-up was rubbish. Called Leather and Lark. Well, I'm still buying book 3, because I think there might be clowns in it. I've not read that many, to be fair. Noah's read more than me. My Minotaur boss is Noah's favourite, and Tentacles and Triathlons. Have I read the poop one? What? No. I'd actually need to. Last time, Noah tried claiming.
Well, see, first you have to answer this, Van.
Did the seed growl too? I try not to remember. So, book 2, I had such a bad reaction to because I did read book 2 just to see how bad it could get, and it was one of my early reviews on the channel, and it's just voiceover, black background, no video, and me sounding very depressed because of how that book was. And then Noah did a reading in Discord of book 3, which involved the 3 bears, Goldilocks and the 3 bears. They got very excited with Goldilocks in her bed. They did age Goldilocks up, I should also add. Just like they aged Belle up. I need to add that point here. That also writes Mafia Romance on a side point. It has about 300 books.
300?
Yeah. I should also add The Beast is over 4-star rated.
People are messed up.
Yeah, they are. I'm trying to think what I've actually.
Pretty sure I wouldn't find that in my thrift store, and I'm pretty sure I wouldn't want to if the pages are stuck together.
I mean, if the pages are stuck together, I'd have questions. I'm not going to lie. Right.
I'm going to the hospital to get my hands checked now.
Apparently, I've read 3 erotica novels this year. That's it. So there we go.
That's it?
According to Storygraph, that's not accurate. It can't be accurate. Hang on.
I think they're
what's not in
accidentally
it.
calling the others romance.
Some of them are manga, so they're a little bit more. Oh no, that's okay.
Yeah. I love how Ven like multitask between numerous windows. Me, I don't dare click off the live stream because I'm like, oh my god, what'll I miss?
3. I'm not going to put Iron Flame in there. No. 4. How's that not? Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Don't even know, and he's not here to defend himself.
No, this is mine. Accidental 11. There's 11. One of them is actually accidental.
How do you accidentally read a smut book?
So it's called. What's it called? So I've only read it recently. Actually, it's not actually smut. It's a romantasy.
Yeah.
It's called Curse of Salt and Sand. I thought it was just a normal. It's a prequel to a bigger series. I thought it was just a fantasy book, and I was surprised.
I thought it was just a bar. It didn't surprise me that all these people were dancing on the floor.
I mean, I can't say too much because I have read a few explicit manga, which therefore have the drawings this year.
Woo! Pictures like the Kama Sutra.
They're not as sensitive as the Kama Sutra.
What?
Which Noah wishes to
borrow. Degree in psychology. I had to learn about different human sexuality things and take a course.
Can I actually show this one?
It was like reading Rebecca Yarros, Violet and Zayden, Bound Chicka Wow Wow.
There's a book that Noah wants to borrow off me.
I have read worse than that, and I was very pissed because I'm like, that is not what this book was sold to me as.
So there's nothing explicit on
that
this.
Was bad. Like,
nothing explicit on this cover, but Noah wants to borrow this off me.
Titan's Bride?
Yes. That's explicit. I've not read it yet. I've only leafed through it. I've gone, Noah can have that. Which he has requested it, to be honest. So, because he also glanced through it and went, can I borrow that? It's like, you can have it.
There you go.
I don't want it back after you've had it. Thank you very much.
See, now Jenny makes an excellent point too. That's the problem with recent marketing.
Yes.
It's really hard to tell what you're getting. And see, this I don't typically get books of online. I just saw something about that book on somebody else's channel.
It was on woman that you were speaking about before, whose name I've forgotten already, the drunken woman. This is she's got this cover talking about middle grade books.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't a middle grade book. It very clearly says 18 plus content, not suitable for younger readers, in the smallest font possible on the back. I believe this has 43 spicy scenes in it.
43? What the?
Yeah.
I saw.
Is there any plot in that, or is it just spicy scenes?
I think this actually caused stalking issues, I believe, for ice hockey players, because ice hockey romance, I believe, is absolutely massive. Who was it? Jack Edwards, of all people. So massive booktuber. Talking million subs. He did a video specifically talking about hockey romance. He's been around for years. He does things. He actually hosts award shows for things now. But he did a whole video about it, about this and all the other books in the series. And it's like, nah. In fact, that's why I actually picked up this book to see, is it as bad as everyone says? And I haven't started it yet. It's 430 pages long. I'm going to pick a random page and see if there's anything on the page. Anyway.
So 1 in 10 pages is going to be a spicy scene.
I just picked a random page and I put the book down.
So is this supposed to be like women who are like groupies for hockey players?
Pretty much, I think. I think it's meant to be a high school romance, which I'm not sure what age range that would be, because high school here stops at 16. So therefore, high school finishes at 16 in the UK, and then you have college, which is to 18, and then you have university. It's a very different system to the US system. I think it's closer to the Canadian system. I think yours is.
Ours go to 8.
That is mind-boggling.
Ours high school's 4 years, so typically there's 70, well, some of them, 17 to 18 when they finish and then go on to either college, university.
So that's very different because our high school is 5 years and it's 11 to 16.
Mm.
So
yours would start in like what we would consider middle school.
Yeah.
Because I think ours is the same as Canada's.
It's closer, I think.
It's 9th through 12th grade. So, depending on when your birthday is, you're either 17 or 18.
So,
and then
we
there's,
don't even call
university
that.
if you choose. Go.
Ours are split into years. So the year runs September to whatever. And it's you have reception, which is like nursery, but not quite. And then you have years 1 to year 11, which year 11 is when you leave from the high school and you leave primary school to go into high school at the end of year 6. So I think the Scottish system is different because Scotland has a better education system than England, apparently. So, because of course it does. But
ours is you always start in like August. They're slowly moving it back. Like it used to be, we started the week of my birthday. Now I think they're actually trying to start at the end of July. And then you get out like end of May because they're slowly trying to transition to where you go to school year round, but you just get random like week-long breaks. When I was in school, it was end of August to like middle of May. And then you would start again, and you went from the time you were 5 until you were 17 or 18. Like if you turned 5 after September 1st, you had to wait till the next year.
No, you can get funded nursery places from 2 years old. And then your nursery is not necessarily connected to the school, but reception normally is. But sometimes it is connected to the school. It's, that's completely different. That's going to baffle me even more. But it's the school year starts the first week in September, and it runs till middle of July-ish, give or take.
See, ours is close. Ours starts first week, Labor Day weekend. The day after is when school starts here, so September, and then they go till the end of June. Yeah, so they're off July, August.
Yeah, you get 6 weeks holidays here, but there's rumblings of them changing that, partially because of how horrific all the prices go up during school holidays, so people can't go on holiday. So now, obviously, there's been the issue of people taking kids out of school to go on holiday because of how much the drop is, which you can understand. It's cheaper to pay the fine and do that for taking your kids out of school.
You have to pay a fine?
You have to pay a fine in the UK now if you take your kids out for holidays.
Oh, hell, here they just go for 2-3 weeks and then bring them back, and you have to help them catch up on what they missed.
No, you have a fine, and it's a fine per parent per child. So if it's a family of 3 and it's a 2-parent family, you're looking at a £300-400 fine each time it happens.
We need that here. That would get some of these parents getting their kids into school.
The expectation in school is 95% attendance in the UK.
Oh, Lord. Here, and a friend and I keep chatting about this. She's retired now as well. She was an EA. Here, if you're on social benefits, so welfare, if your kid misses 15 days consecutive, you lose your benefits. So these people have their calendars marked because the kid's going to always show up before that 15-day hits. You might see them for a week or 2 and almost start getting caught up on what they've missed. And then the cycle begins again. It's insane the amount of absence these kids have.
I know because of where the school is for my youngest. If he ever has a school day off, his attendance is not as good as it should be. It's sitting at about 89%. The teachers just go around to the house.
Oh, really?
They'll just walk around because it's so close. So literally, the teachers will go around knocking on the door going, "Is everything all right? We're just checking up. We're worried." Sort of things. And that's what they do. They'll just, if you drop below 95%, they start squeezing.
Do you have like small classes or something where you can actually like get to know the kids?
Class size is about 30 on average. in England, give or take.
Jeez.
That's about the same here.
Yeah, you normally have one teacher and one or maybe two teaching assistants, depending on funding. So,
Jeez.
Yeah,
we didn't have TAs until we got to like college, and that was basically here. You're the one that is in charge of grading. They didn't actually like help in the class at all.
Grading works very different here, to be fair. So it's a very different system. Everything here is exam based, pretty much. You don't do coursework in the UK. You have to set an exam like it's 1806.
So Jenny's saying in Scotland, so they have nursery, primary 1 to 7, year 1 to 6 in academy, which I'm guessing would be like high school then, but you could leave at year 4.
Yeah. So I know the way it's changed a little bit in recent years. So it used to be you'd do high school till year 11. But some high schools would then be 6th form, which is even more confusing. Would be 6th form, so they'd have a year 12, which was 6th form, which would act like a first year of college. But not many schools do that anymore. That £1,000 drop, that is about normal. That's how much difference 1 week makes for school holidays here. It's horrendous. I looked at. Where did I look at going? I've not been on holiday for ages. So I looked, and I was off on school holidays. And just for like a local caravan park, it was £1,200 difference for a week.
Holy jumping.
It gets properly price gouged. So they're talking about staggering holidays, and not all schools are off at exactly the same time anyway, because you have your Catholic schools that have slightly different holidays to your other ones. But there's not a massive difference between. They all sit in about the same area. So they're looking at maybe not having a 6 weeks break and having a 4 week break and then putting those weeks somewhere else in the year and moving stuff around. But it's a very outdated education system. It's designed for 50 years ago. And the kids are not being prepared for the world they're going into, which is true of all education systems, to be fair, at the moment. But it's a mess.
By the time they figure out, it's like, all right, this isn't working. Hey, this will work. Yeah, then we got a generation through it, and like things have changed so much that, it doesn't matter. Like, we got yelled at from like day one of, you better go to college or you can't even, work the fry thing at McDonald's. And now it's like, you went to college and you think that matters? No, you don't have a PhD, so you're not even good enough for entry level. But have these $70,000 of loans.
There's been a big push to get rid of what they call Mickey Mouse degrees here in the UK. Now, so social studies being one of them that governments do not like because it's too liberal. So the encouragement now is for people to go into, bizarrely, like it used to be, into trades. So what would be old City and Guilds, I think it might still be called that now, where quite often a few people I know, they've come out of school and they've gone into like a partial apprenticeship scheme for 2 years. So college and workplace at the same time, which is a more sensible way of doing things on a side point, if you know what you're doing. But we don't prep people very well at all.
See, that's why I don't get why they closed our vocational high schools here in Ontario. It's ridiculous. Because instead of all these people going on welfare and what's called the Ontario Disability Pension, although these people have never had a job a day in their life, they just have the right designation after their name. But in vocational schools, they were getting academics, they were getting trades, and they were getting jobs. But no, let's get rid of those high schools and then send those kids into buildings with 1,000 to 2,000 students where they get lost, forgotten, and everything else. It's like, hi, vey.
Yeah.
Lurker.
I love that we're told to go into trade schools now. It's like, oh, your degree isn't anything? Well, why didn't you go to a trade school? Because you told us that wasn't good enough when we couldn't get hired.
Exactly.
That's, actually usable instead of theoretical.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I mean, I had to take lab courses as well. So here I learned it and then I went back. That doesn't count because it's not, in the field like a trade school would count as, but you told us not to do that.
No.
We did what the folks that were of age to be hiring told us to do. By the time we got done, they went, yeah, we changed our minds. That worked for them, so they can talk down on you for failing. Yeah. But we're not going to help you that's what you get for listening to us. But how dare you not listen to us now?
Well, we're seeing the fallout, aren't we? The amount of articles I see now talking about how unprepared the current generation is for the workplace. It's like, well, you have spent 20 years influencing education policy the way you wanted it. Maybe you should let educators do it instead. Maybe then we'd have had people ready. But
well, and figure out what
things do something.
Well, and figure out what jobs there are. I mean, I know. Well, I mean, I was lucky. I grew up on a farm, so I didn't have to find a job. I was working at 12. The job found me. But for a lot of kids, especially in the city, what's their first job? Typically, cashiers in different stores, whether grocery, retail, whatever. Now, how many of those jobs still exist? Not too damn many because of all these automated self-checkout areas.
Yeah.
So, it's even what are jobs available.
They're phasing the self-checkouts out here now in a lot of supermarkets.
They're starting here in Canada with Walmart too, because guess what? They're getting too many things stolen and ripped off.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I had to cover those. You want one person to watch 10 registers at the same time.
Yeah.
Plus my back is turned to half of them.
Yeah.
And honestly, hey, y'all ain't really paying me. What am I supposed to do? Go and tackle this person? Y'all ain't gonna pay my bills. You ain't paying my bills now. Yeah, that I'm working. You sure as hell ain't gonna pay if I get injured tackling this wannabe thief. So screw it.
We get fired. We would get fired if we chased someone and got hurt, because it's gross negligence, because we're deliberately putting ourselves in harm's way. We're actually told to. We have cameras now. We don't have self-service tills in work on a side point. In mine, some of them do. We don't. But if you're ever dealing with people, yes, I know you've chased Noah very slowly, like a bowling ball chasing the 10 pins. But he, I mean, to be fair, so have I. But we're told not to, because if anything happens, we're liable.
Yeah.
So we're told to de-escalate and back off. I don't do de-escalation very well.
Can't imagine. So Jenny had to convince a friend her MIL, the self-checkout, was voice activated.
I feel like if we're going to use self-checkout, we should be getting an employee discount.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm doing the cashier's job and the bagger's job. I should be getting a discount for it.
See, to me, and I've been a cashier once, and for a short time before I went to college. But what irks me with it is, okay, you put in all these self-checkouts, which means you're not paying the humans. Yes, you've shelled out a cost, but you're not paying the humans. You're not paying benefits. Why am I not paying less as a customer to come shop in your store where I have less human service now? You're getting a hell of a lot more profit because you're saving on all those employee wages, the pension plans, the benefit plans, this and that. Where's the payoff for the customer?
It's not. It all goes to the shareholders.
Well, exactly. Both, yeah. And see, and that's the thing, in terms of now, and a job that I used to have before challenging thieves, that I had before as well in a group home. If residents took off, again, you were to call the police, because if you went to try and bring them back and they, heaven forbid, stepped out into traffic or something, you were the one liable, even though they took off from the group home.
Yeah. Well, the best one I had recently, it was not that long ago. A guy, I'd not seen him come in, but he tried to walk through the till, because the way our doors work, you cannot leave through the exit. It's like a one way, so you have to come in one way and go out another, unless someone opens the door from the outside for you, because it's automatic doors. And this guy was going through the till, and he had a shopping trolley and a bag in the shopping trolley. And he tried to pay for a bottle of milk. Meanwhile, his bag full of meat and stolen stuff was in the trolley. And he tried to basically, con his way through, going, "Oh, I've just got this," whatever it was, for like £1. And fortunately, the woman on the till recognised him and just shouted, "Do us a favour, just come over." It's like, "It's my stuff in that bag." "No, it's not." It's like, "Well, you've not paid for this or this." "Oh, give it back." It's like, "No, I'm going to take this and keep your bag." And just walks off. And it's like, yeah, they try it all the time.
Oh, exactly.
And then we don't have police, so.
And see, Jenny makes a good point too, is health and safety. But if you don't do something, you'd get told off for that too.
Yep.
Like, and that's it, right? Sometimes you just can't win for losing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite lucky. Noah will realize this because I'm a lot quieter on here than I am in work. Noah has heard me shout. I had to do it the other day actually because someone left the handbrake off on the car. We don't have a tonneau system, so the car's gone because we're on like a bit of an incline. So the car's come rolling backwards.
Oh,
smacked into another car with the guy sat in it. This was Christmas Eve as well. So naturally, car park's full, so he can't get out because he's got a car there, the car behind him. So he's just sat there while this car's slowly rolling downhill to him.
Oh, no.
It's like, "Look, we don't have CCTV. Like, can you find out who it is?" It's like, "Well, we don't have a tannoy system," and it's like, I don't need a tannoy system. So all you heard was me bellowing down the shop. But yeah, Noah's heard me shout at people before now. I don't think he appreciated it at the time. I think I made him jump and he wasn't anywhere near me because I can bellow. So
you want to know a messed up one that I had to deal with? Just to prove, how stupid folks are and like how much management will throw you under the bus. I was closing shift and this prick comes in with a receipt that you can't even read because it's that freaking old. Goes, "Yeah, my printer from 10 years ago doesn't work anymore, so I want to return it." I called corporate and they said I could do it. I'm like, it's 10 years old. You have a 30-day return policy on anything. Some of it is straight up exchange only for 2 weeks. Like, it's on the receipt. If it's electronic, it gets, the tape on it that says it. No, he was, and of course he wants to come to my line because he thinks, "Oh, it must be sweet little thing because she's got the curls and whatnot." Little. It's like, no, I can't read the freaking receipt. It's 10 years old thermal paper, you dumbass. You got to start it by scanning the receipt that, doesn't work. Well, I call corporate. Yeah, corporate isn't here, and that seems like BS. Plus, our policy is not this. So, since I can't freaking do it and this idiot isn't leaving, have to call management. Like, so he explained to them that it stopped working after 10 years. It's totally your fault. I should return this. Yeah, I mean, this is BS. Calls corporate. And they tell us to go ahead and go, "Yeah, we think it was this. We talked to that guy. Return it." And, we're cutting your hours to make up for the money that we lost for returning this couple $100 thing. That wouldn't be a couple $100 because he bought it a decade ago.
That is a very different way
you're
to how
punishing me
UK
because you
service
didn't
laugh.
follow your policy and return a 10-year-old broken thing.
Yeah, we don't have that in the UK. UK service is not quite the same as American service, and neither is customer service at head offices either.
Yeah, I don't think it would.
You want to steal from a company? It's not taking any money from me. I'm paid by the hour. That's just screwing the assholes up top that don't deserve a penny anyway. Steal all you want.
Jenny, we're told to hand over the cash, and I'm like, no, I have to work for barely more than minimum wage so you can do.
Yeah.
Change money, my response is, I'm not a bank.
I had someone foolishly do this the other day, swap money, and they got scammed out of a triple 3-digit figure.
Oh, you were telling me that the other, yeah.
I can't say much more than that, but they had a bit of a rollicking afterwards.
Banks had it deemed potential money laundering. Well, there you go. Well, here's my
and mostly just scamming, hoping that you get confused and do What that one is? We've changed out so much. Wait, where was it again?
That's what happened the other day.
Here's my nightmare story, and I won't be shopping at Best Buy again anytime soon.
They're still in business?
I have my little headset with the microphone, which, by the way, works. I just didn't use it today. So see, nice, simple little system so you don't get all the background noise. When I went into Best Buy, I think it was last weekend we went in, something like that, or the weekend before. Anyhow, I had a different set, had pretty colors, was supposed to be Bluetooth, all of that. So excited, brought it home. My husband tried it, didn't work on the laptop, didn't work on his stuff, didn't work on the iMac. Is useless to me. So we head back to Best Buy, and when you go in, there's the person there. Oh, can I help you? Or what are you doing? So he's like, we're bringing these headphones back. And she goes, oh, did you open it? Or no, she's like, why are you here? And he's like, we're bringing these headphones back. They don't work. And she goes, well, did you open the box? No, I behaved. And I didn't say, no, I'm fucking psychic. And my guide told me it won't work on any of my technology. So, of course, we said, yes. Oh, well, you'll have to go over there and then she'll, reimburse you, whatever. So fine. I went and got the other headphones and we did the big changeroo. It was on my credit card. Oh, I'll credit your card. Oh, wait. She goes, talks to the genius at the door. Genius comes back. Well, we can't give you credit on your card. All we can do is give you a gift card. All righty then. Oh, and do you want insurance on these headphones? No, because I'm pretty sure I'm never coming back. If you think I figured out headphones don't work without opening the box, are you freaking kidding me? Jesus. Like an electronics store, they don't sell DVDs anymore. They don't sell a bunch of stuff that we used to buy there anymore. It's all literally electronics. I would love to know who leaves that building and doesn't open that frickin' box to find out it doesn't work.
I mean, I get only doing like a credit thing because like when I used to work office, people would say, well, you might have just bought this for your presentation and then trying to return it,
And but that's it. Everybody else gets screwed because of the frickin' scammers. I'm so sick of everything in the world being done because of the lowest common denominators.
Except for politics.
Yeah.
See, he just wanted to lurk and see if we'd talk about him.
Which we did.
Oh, wait till you go back to the Good night now.
But yeah, that was, and that's why I said to my, just buy simple. There's less to go wrong with it. At least these. And the funny thing is, they had to open the box before we could leave the store.
Why?
You would have to ask them that. I have no idea. But we couldn't leave the store until they opened the box and showed me what was inside. Like I said, I'm done with Best Buy. That's where most of my technology has come from, except for the iMac because it's a refurb. For years, we went to Best Buy for pretty much everything, but no more.
I don't think we have Best Buy in the UK. I'm quite pleased about it after what you've
You don't have Best Buy in Canada either.
We don't have many of them here. Everybody does the online.
I mean, yeah.
No, Jenny, they knew it wasn't an empty box. They just, I don't know. Like I say, it's based on the lowest denominator because people, I'm sure, have gone in, just bought something, TV, whatever, put it on a credit card, then get the credit. Like, I'm sure there's some kind of a scam somewhere. I just hate being judged guilty when I'm not. Like it really ticks me off, but
you can't trust them because it's always the innocent ones that are the guilty ones.
The most common argument I ever have in work is to do with returns, and it's the amount of people who come back without a receipt. And it's like, do you have the receipt? No. Well, I'm sorry, I can't. Can you swap it? No. Like, well, bought it. It's like, that's fine. If you've got a receipt, I will exchange it. I will refund it. I will quite happily do all that. If it's broken, I'll give you a year to refund it. That's perfectly fine if you've got the receipt. If you don't have the receipt, nothing. But it's faulty. Well, the refund policy does clearly state receipt. And then they'll go to head office, who will then go, did you have the receipt? No. Well, sorry, they might send them a £5 gift voucher as an apology for their inconvenience, and that's it. That is the level of UK service. It's not.
We're like, oh, do you have the card you put it on? We can pull it up through your card. If you pay in cash, you're screwed.
We don't even do that. And if it's a cash refund over a certain value, you have to phone head office to get them to go through the data files. And it's a really low, but it's like 50 quid.
But I mean, again, because sadly you have people who scam and do stuff, right? Yeah. I mean, look at even the name of today, Boxing Day. How many people were in stores returning stuff that, you know, they just got yesterday?
Yeah.
Like it's...
Although I believe Boxing Day has not been very busy today here in the UK from what I've been seeing. It's almost like nobody's got any money.
Well, that wouldn't surprise. Yeah, I'm not sure because we haven't been out and about today. We've just been kind of chillaxing indoors and Lily even did. Little bugger, I don't know. Maybe it was all the snow she had enough of. The little bugger hasn't come in the house since 2 Sundays ago.
That little tease.
She is a tease because that day, you know, like we had all that crazy amount of snow. And I thought, you know, maybe it's just she's had enough of the snow. I'm going to have to go soon. Snow and cold. But we've had some cold, snowy days since then. And she's like, yep, had my lunch, had my visit. Peace out. Under the gate she goes. And she's off to check other places. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, all spent on rent and heat. That is true, Jenny.
Yeah.
Interesting facts. The UK is the 3rd most expensive country in the world for gas and electric.
Really? Oh, yeah. We were talking about this the other day because I haven't...
Yeah, it is set at the price of the most expensive form of energy that you can buy, which is gas in the UK. So it doesn't matter that 70% of it's from renewables. They still charge you as if it's gas, which is more like 3 times as much because of a stupid decision they made in the 80s.
That is idiotic. But also, y'all are really cold. Like, your heat wave is, you know, our nice chilly spring day.
Well, when you mentioned heat earlier, when you said it was in the 50s, I heard that and thought, I wish. Because we've sat at about 42 today and it's been warm for this time of year.
Oh, it's warm today. Like, next week, our high is going to be a couple degrees above freezing.
Yeah, we've not had cold yet here, bizarrely. Not properly. We've had that little thingy of snow. But like Christmas Day, I went out just with a T-shirt on because it didn't feel cold to me. Jeez. Obviously, this is UK and we're northern UK, so it's not normal behaviour. But like my daughter won't wear a coat outside most of the time. She'll wear the thinnest jumper ever, and it's like, you do realise it's 4 degrees. I was like, I'll be fine. It's like, okay.
She's young.
Yeah.
She's trying to look cute so that, you know.
Young and ginger, so she's naturally warmed from the inside with rage.
Or hellish rage keeps us warm.
See, here it's finally, I'd say maybe the last week has been Canadian normal. We've got snow on the ground. We've had for a couple weeks, and you freeze your ass off when you go outside. Like, it's that damp, cold, in your bones, frigid cold. I finally feel semi better. I mean, I hurt like hell in a making, and we're going to have to go soon because I can't sit much longer. But at least it's normal Canadian weather. Like, I'm really starting to think part of my mood and just wanting to give up YouTube and everything was just all that damn greenery. It's like, no, it's supposed to be snow up to my knees by now.
My garden is very green right now.
Yeah, but you're in Britain.
Yeah, but it's Britain in winter. It's meant to be dead.
True.
To be honest.
We've got sprouts coming up. Like, what the heck? Like, this time last year, we were in double-digit negatives. Thankfully, we weren't, because that would have just, like, I literally would have died trying to get back in my house.
Oh, yeah.
But like, normally, everything is dead. He tore up, like, all the, used up marigolds, and so some of the seed pods broke open. They're sprouting. They're going to die next week when we're in the 20s and 30s. But it's freaking sprouting. But again, like last year, like we got into the double-digit negatives, and 2 weeks later, I had a plant start blooming because it got so warm again. Like, Mother Nature has been off her meds for a few years now.
I'm just looking at the long-term forecast. I don't do this very often, but it doesn't look that wet, and it doesn't look like we're hitting freezing until halfway through January.
Wow.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're they're just pulling that out of their butt.
We had wind. We've had plenty of that because I'm missing one of my back fence panels right now. It's in the middle of the garden. But I'll deal with that at some point. But other than that, it's been nothing. Well, no, I won't deal with that. I'll speak to the landlord and they will deal with that because that's their cost. So not mine.
That makes more sense.
So I will lift it up off the grass so it doesn't kill my grass at some point.
How long did it take you to pay someone to do your yard?
It took me months, but I know how much it's going to cost me if they come back every 2 weeks now once the spring starts. So it's fine. I have next year sorted. I can afford that, especially with a pay rise. I can afford that.
But that's fewer books.
That's fine.
Just sprinkle some marigolds. They'll take over your whole yard, and then you don't have to trim it anymore.
I am not going to be buying as many books next year. I have a suspicion it's going to be video games next year.
Oh, yeah, you were saying that. More gaming.
Yep, I'm going to get a computer upgrade, and there's loads of games out next year. Games are more expensive than books, but...
Just true.
Yep, the two I'm looking at right now would be £140 for the pair of them, for the base version, because they're £70 a pop.
Sorry, I just missed Ginny. Of course, you need to open the box to use the pen. See?
Yeah.
Right? The Jenny saying night to the tiny guy.
Yeah.
Making sure, empty box. So sorry, I'd missed your other comment, Jenny. And then the heating comment, Yeah, I don't know. It's wild. But hey, this has been fun. Look at all the things we covered.
Yep. We talked about 2 books.
We
didn't.
More.
We touched on a few more.
We talked about Unhinged.
You're
a little bit.
Yeah.
I still can't believe Olive read that one.
It's better than Olive. The last book I read was far worse than that, although that wasn't that sort of book. But I'd rather read Unhinged than what I've just finished reading. So
and see, we talked Ice Barbarians and gave Witchy Reads a shout out. Ooh, and I finished the 5. So of my video and the books that I wanted to finish, the 5 is done.
Hey.
And that's The Victims of Jack the Ripper, which hi monkey, really need to look into because, and it's really made me think. And I mean, I'm as guilty of this as others. We know the names of the killers, we know, you say Jack the Ripper, most people can immediately identify. You say Ted Bundy, Boston Strangler, Gacy, excuse me, Ed Gaines, The clown guy was Gacy, all the kids. Jeffrey Dahmer. People know the names, but how many know the victims or could name a single victim? And yet it's the criminals who, but with this book, it was really fascinating because this lady looked at the 5 women who were thought to be killed by Jack the Ripper. And she talks about life in the Victorian era, the workhouses, the status of women if you were single or if you were married and the marriage didn't work out, or if you left your children, and all the different factors that led up to these women being around the Whitechapel area. Now, the main thing with Jack the Ripper is people typically were told, oh, he had it in for prostitutes. Well, it turns out of the 5 women, only one of them actually worked in the sex trade. The other 4 did not. They had nothing to do with prostitution. There was alcohol and a lot of bad situations that led to them living in that area, but they were not part of the sex trade. So it was a really fascinating story, and I research, and she's got notes and all kinds of things. But what I really found bizarre, because I haven't really looked into Jack that much, I tend to kind of stay away from true crime, and I only look at this because it's older. But it was over the course of a year from the first killing to the last killing. And there had to be a whole lot of deaths in that area, considering tuberculosis. They were dying of tuberculosis, scarlet fever, all cramped into tiny spaces. The infant mortality was horrific. So how do they figure these 5 were Jack's victims? Then she doesn't talk about the actual murders and were they exactly, the same MO kind of thing. But it really was an interesting read. And I found out about that book from Leslie on Books, Purrs, and Gurs. See, if I hadn't seen her doing a review, I wouldn't have got there. So see, we did talk about one more book then.
Well, because you like your folklore. It's not exactly related, but there's some in like some Penny Dreadful comics. They sort of amalgamated the two together. Spring-Heeled Jack.
Yes, Mark from Dead Cold Paranormal has done an episode on him. He's one I want to look into as well.
Yeah, a lot of people sort of get hit. I for years thought they would say that Spring-Heeled Jack was based on Jack the Ripper. They're actually not, which I didn't realize. And I believe the last reported sighting was about 1905-ish.
Not sure.
They covered like 100 years of the sighting of this mysterious stranger, for want of a better thing. So that might be something of interest.
Yeah, very much. And there's a lot of weird descriptions to him in the period of time. And yeah, like I say, I don't really delve much into true crime for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
One, I've gone to work years ago and seen someone I know as one of the top news stories. That was not pleasant.
No.
Had a friend whose 17-year-old son did not make it to his 18th birthday, and my former clients, and I'm like, yeah, no, I can look at old crime stuff that there's no way in heck they're going to have anything to do with people I know, but typically I tend to veer away from that stuff for the most part, other than Jack's a bit of a mystery. But when you read from the 5 and all the screw ups with the police and whatnot, and granted, they didn't have the same kind of things they do now. And you're not going to get a lot of people necessarily talking,
no.
So I'm not surprised they didn't catch him. I'm more surprised that it would have gone over the course of a year. So kind of who was this guy, and was it even just one, or was it a copycat?
Yeah.
Because that sadly happens too, because this was all reported in the papers, same as now. And there are people who read that stuff going, hey, I want my 10, 15 minutes of fame.
Yep.
Kat, you need some tea and honey.
Yeah, once we get off the stream, I'm gonna do another thermoflu with some honey and a little lemonade to cool it off. And it's honey lemon flavor, but no, it's not. I can feel the scratchy, weird voice coming on.
Yeah. Well, you've been doing good. You did good. 4 hours. The medicine worked.
It helps that I don't have to carry it because there's other folks, so I can just now and then sit here and go, nope, time to rest.
Well, see, and that's what I love about having guests on streams too. And I love that it's semi-quiet, so I can pretty much keep up with the comments and have viewers part of it, but we can also trade off. And Jenny's saying dark chocolate helps soothe your throat.
That makes me worse. Genuinely, if I ever have chocolate of any sort when I've got a cough.
Does you?
Maybe I'm just strange.
Well, there's no maybe about it, but you know.
Yeah, we already
I do have dark chocolate truffles that I melted one in a cup of milk so I could have hot chocolate the other day.
Ooh.
I mean, I've done that.
Find the hot chocolate that I wanted at the store, so I just made my own.
Well, I've been finishing off my peppermint eggnog. I think I have one more glass left, and then it's time to get to some hot chocolate and some tea and things.
Oh,
but
I'll be straight to bed because I am actually in work in 4 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours.
Oh my God, Ven.
I don't need to sleep. Sleep's for other people.
You need to sleep at some point.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. It's fine.
While you shop, and that's why your screen keeps going light and dark.
Yeah. No, I don't even know. What day is it tomorrow? Oh, no, it's today now, actually. Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, it's midnight.
Yeah, it's just gone midnight. No, I've got a nice, easy day tomorrow. I get to do what I want tomorrow, more or less. It'll be quiet. For hardly any customers. And I can just tidy things for the day. And I'm not in charge.
Oh, that's nice. Whoops, as I start coughing.
Yeah,
but does your pay raise kick in?
Pay rise hasn't kicked in yet. They didn't get my paperwork in time, so it's going to be February.
So you got to do the work, but you're not going to get the... Are they going to backdate?
No, I'll do the same work that I always do. So they tried the you're in charge thing like over Christmas. It's like, you're not paying me that wage yet, so no. And then I told the big boss this, and they went, no, absolutely, you shouldn't be doing that. So...
Whereas here they try to railroad you and go, well, you're going to cover for him or we're going to fire you because we like this person. And you wonder why everyone's pissed and slacking. Oops.
It's true. Ven, you're going off to sleep. No more shopping. Kat, you're gonna have your tea and honey and get better soon. Thanks so much for joining. Thanks so much. Hey, no problem. This has been fun. I wasn't even sure if I was doing a live, and then I'm like, cool, we can have chaos and mischief. And
I wasn't the chaos calls this time.
I know. We're going to have to play this back to go, wow, Ven can actually just be quiet. The adult in the room.
Chaos will be on New Year's Day.
I love how your screen always freezes, like in the middle of you make an expression, so you get a really weird face.
That's just my face. It's not the thing freezing.
So see, Ven, you're on January the 1st.
I'm on January the 1st. It'll be morning actually where you are, because I think I'm doing it at 3 p.m. I'm doing a tier ranking of all my reads for the year. Which is 150 books.
Ooh, that'll take you the day.
It'll take a little bit of time. I've got my folder ready with all my thumbnails in for every book. And I've got the tier list set up. I just need to physically drag stuff and try and remember what the books are about as I'm talking about it. I am not having 150 tabs open on my computer. I am not Jaleesa.
Yeah, that's the part of my last 2 videos that I haven't done yet is there's like 50 books that I mentioned in each of them. Like, Now I gotta go find all those pictures and go, all right, when did I start talking about this one and put it in? And
Yeah.
I recorded one of them 2 weeks ago and I still ain't done it.
No, I did my top 10 video today, just before I came on. So
Nice.
last video of the year.
I don't think I'm gonna get to those this year.
Yeah, it was
Oh well, I'll be weird.
I was just making notes on what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, and Jenny, I happened to look on my phone. It seems you subscribed to me. Funny. So I'll have to check my total unsubscribed list because I'm sure I've lost somebody else at
All right,
different
150 yet.
points.
We need to know before we go. Or
Yeah,
do
but
I have to unsubscribe and resubscribe?
No. I'm not telling anybody now because then suddenly YouTube will screw up and I'll suddenly have all these people gone who don't come back or something.
It's all right. My sub count has done something very strange while we've been on. So it was a 265 and minus 1, and now it's at 267 and -1.
Quit looking at the numbers, Van. So you're on January the 1st in the morning. Kat, you and I are back on January the 2nd with our twins shirt.
Yep.
So that will be cute.
Yeah. Happy days. That's my last day in work, I think, as well, January the 2nd.
There you go. So you can join us. Then on the 9th is Dee, Van, and I for our birthday bash.
Yep.
With lots of cake.
Yes, there'll be cake.
I may have different coloured hair by then. We shall see.
Woo!
It's due to be dyed again.
Well, this will be exciting.
I haven't decided yet. I have at the moment. I have bleach, I have silver, and I have black in the house. But I haven't gone a brighter colour for a while, so it might be purple time again. It's been a while.
All purple?
Yep, I've had it all purple, I've had it all red, and I've had it all blue in the last few. Nobody saw this because it's when I had my virtual avatar, so I wasn't on camera at the time.
Ooh, we'll have to wait and see.
My hair's been so many colours. I should be going bald by now. The amount of time it's been bleached over the
coloring
years.
does not matter. Trust me. 61, long and strong, and yeah, I think
mine is shedding like crazy, and I've never dyed it.
Oh, see, and I've been dyeing
once. I tried to like go black, and it got like 2 shades darker. Red does not like to dye when it's the real thing.
Black doesn't work great with me because of how pale I am. So I look like a member of the Addams family.
It doesn't work on guys. Girls can pull it off.
See, it's funny because for at least a year and a bit, my videos, I'm all gray because I couldn't be bothered to color it. It's like, then I'd have to do the roots again, like now because I've done this. And it's like, I don't know what I'm going to do with the roots. Maybe just start making them black and see how long it takes to all work down to the...
No, I get bored. We'll see. I get bored, I dye it, then my barber shouts at me for dyeing my hair. On a regular basis. Normally when he's got the razor blade in his hand for when because the Turkish things are like they burn the extra hair away and stuff.
Yeah.
Well. So it's like, you shouldn't be dyeing your hair. It's like, okay. But I'll leave it a little bit, then do it again.
Jenny, it looked like I was in The Crow when I went jet black.
I've had it as a wig, and it was really fun because I had a guy who, he dyed your hair. Like, you could tell that he was like afraid to go with he did. Like, I'm like, it's just a wig for Halloween. Oh, like, no, I did not cut my hair super duper pixie cut and dye this. No.
It's always fun messing with people. And to be honest, I love my long hair because you can do so many different things with it. I can't wait to do one of the Star Wars videos. We're doing buns.
Oh, I'm excited for that.
Nice. I wish my hair was thick enough for that still. I mean, isn't even Star Wars if you don't have the cinnamon roll buns?
We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. I should have practiced when I had my pigtails to do my 6 books one to see how much bun I had, but it'll be fine. I'll come up with something. Anywho, we're going to say thank you to all the viewers who have joined us. I can't imagine a team rewatch still being on this late, but if you're here 4 hours later, thanks so much.
We've beat another record.
It. It is a new record. Yep. There we go. I hope Noah is cozy and sleeping. And thank you so much, Ven and Kat, for joining. And we're going to say bye-bye. I'm going to hit the live stream, end stream, because you never know how long it takes.